Chapter 2772, Shouting Himself Hoa. R.S.E. Chapter 2772, Shouting Himself Hoa. R.S.E. At virtually the same time, the two people stuffed a heavenly pill into their mouths. The two people's injuries were rapidly recovering. The Pill Alliance never lacked heavenly pills. After Yi Yuan ended the Bright Sun branch, he seized a large batch of heavenly medicines, and heavenly pills too. At this time, his wallet plumped up again. Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, merely thus. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Ding, smilingly coldly, without ceasing. Zhao Ding's expression was ugly as he said with a cold snort, "Merely borrowing an external force, that's all. What's there to be smug about? The power of a grade 2 Grandmiss treasure is great, but how many times can you deploy it?" He was unyielding verbally, but Zhao Ding's back broke out into a cold sweat. Yi Yuan's origin divinity attack was too strong. Even he had a momentary lapse, too. Just now, the combined attack of Yi Yuan's spatial rule, origin divinity attack, plus Myriad Realms Mountain, was swift until it made people feel asphyxiated. If he was slower by half a beat, he would have been crushed into minced meat by the Myriad Realms Mountain currently. Wouldn't you know if you try it out for yourself? Today, either you die, or I perish. H. Plus, Yi Yuan laughed coldly, his figure moving out again. Boom. The void trembled again. The terrifying aftershock directly shocked everyone. Some low-level disciples could already detect it even from afar. There were 3 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse who had already arrived, but remained in hiding. They did not show themselves. He smiled coldly in his heart, but was unmoved on the surface, dealing with Zhao Ding. Yi Yuan deployed the Myriad Realms Mountain. His energy was being rapidly consumed, but before coming, he had already prepared enough heavenly pills. Swallowing true grade, heavenly pills crazily in the midst of fierce fighting to make up for the fierce consumption of divine essence. Seeing Yi Yuan eating so many true grade, heavenly pills like candy, Zhao Ding cursed heavily in his heart too. Too freaking extravagant. Even in the Pill Alliance, grade 4 true grade, heavenly pills were extremely precious things too. In the Pill Alliance, there were really not many who could refine grade 4 true grade heavenly pills. Furthermore, the success rate was extremely low. Especially this kind of consumable type, true grade, heavenly pill. The distribution was extremely strict. And, the body could utilize grade 4 heavenly pills as efficiently as Yi Yuan, and there was naturally no one who was so extravagant too. As for Zhao Ding, he was a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses himself, and needed to consume grade 5 heavenly pills. True grade was a luxury. Even Alliance Chief Li Changsheng could not refine it either. Grade 5 heavenly pills were naturally even more precious because of heavenly medicines. Even Zhao Ding did not have many grade 5 heavenly pills on him either. The two people exchanged more than 10 rounds in a row, shocking until the entire Martial Secure branch was trembling incessantly. Yi Yuan was dyed in blood from head to toe. Zhao Ding was no better as well. The power of the Myriad Realms Mountain was too strong. Even if it was being swept by the aftershock, his injuries were not light either. He was not as extravagant as Yi Yuan, eating true grade, heavenly pills like candy. He could only rely on himself to forcefully resist. And unknowingly, 13 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses already gathered in the Martial Secure branch. Apart from the Bright Sun branch, the other branches' Alliance chiefs have all arrived. Each and every one of them was also dumbstruck with shock when they saw these two people's battle. This guy, if he were to keep fighting like this, he could exhaust Zhao Ding to death. Are true grade heavenly pills so worthless? It was indeed an incomparably correct decision for the General Alliance to want to destroy the Pill Pavilion back then. Otherwise, now, our Pill Alliance likely won't have the day where we can hold our heads up anymore. This kid has likely already Serpa. Said the General Alliance, in Alchemy Tao. These Pill Alliances, Saint Sovereign Heavens, there were many who were grade 5 heavenly alchemists. They knew that grade 4 heavenly medicines were not cabbages. Even if it was these conventional heavenly medicines, they were very precious too. The fact that Yi Yuan could take out so many true grade heavenly pills, it could only mean that his utilization of heavenly medicines was extremely high. These grade 5 heavenly alchemists, and even the Alliance head Li Chongsheng, had to bow down in defeat in front of Yi Yuan too. While talking, 13 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses already completed the encirclement against Yi Yuan. Boom! The two people exchanged more than 10 moves frenziedly. Zhao Ding finally could not hold on anymore and spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly. The current Zhao Ding had a disorderly aura in a state of disarray. Yi Yuan swallowed a few heavenly pills, his aura recovering rapidly. Looking at Zhao Ding from a distance, he sneered and said, "It's been 15 moves. You failed to kill me, but got seriously injured by me instead. Ho, where has your boasting previously gone to now?" Zhao Ding suddenly let out a wild laugh and said, "Brat, you're very strong. But do you think that this Exalt would have a fair fight with you? I'll come on out." The void trembled. More than 10 powerful auras stepped out into the air. After these people appeared, their auras locked onto Yi Yuan from afar. As long as Yi Yuan moved, they would deal a fatal blow. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, discovering an acquaintance in the crowd. Huangfu Cloudthink. Back then, Marshal Secure Heavenly Sect Master Feng Shuani died precisely at his hands. He did not expect that after not seeing for 100 years, Huangfu Cloudthink already broke through to the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven too. But thinking about it, there was nothing strange too. What the Pill Alliance lacked the least was heavenly pills. A half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was all too normal. Feeling Yi Yuan's gaze, Huangfu Cloudthink smiled and said, "Long time no see, Yi Yuan. I really didn't expect that after not seeing for 100 years, you actually already possess the strength to kill Saint Sovereign Heavens. However, it's useless. The Pill Alliance's strength is beyond your imagination. You're presently all alone by yourself without any backing, just based on a bit of hot-blooded courage. You still want to seek revenge?" Clearly, Huangfu Cloudthink felt that he had already cornered Yi Yuan and did not care about Yi Yuan's gaze at all. It was just that he did not notice that amidst the dust in the distant mountain, a figure was currently burning with anxiety. He wanted to speak, but could not. These dozen over Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses had already fallen into a huge crisis without knowing. Yi Yuan looked at Huangfu Cloudthink and said with a cold smile, "Ho, you came just in time. Today, I can round you all up in one fell swoop." Huangfu Cloudthink shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Yi Yuan, you're very strong. You're also extremely talented, but you're too eager for revenge. If you cultivated to middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, you might have hope for revenge. But now, facing so many Saint Sovereign Heavens, you dare to say to round us all up in one fell swoop too?" One of the Alliance chiefs said disdainfully, "Ho, a fool who overestimates his own ability. A puny little jade sovereign. Heaven really thinks that by relying on a grade 2 Grand Miss Treasure, he'll be able to get revenge? Alliance head is on his way too. His methods are simply beyond your imagination. Alliance head already said to leave you to him. You prepare to bear Alliance head's wrath." In the eyes of these Alliance chiefs, Yi Yuan's words were simply laughably childish. A measly little jade sovereign heaven actually dared to threaten so many saint sovereign heavens. So, what if he possessed a grade 2 Grand Miss treasure? So what if he could jump realms and battle? The Pill Alliance did not have just one saint sovereign heaven, let alone that there was also an unfathomable Li Chongqing. Ha ha! Yi Yuan looked at the group of saint sovereign heavens that was posturing and could not resist bursting into laughter. On your deathbed, and you still can laugh. Zhao Ding snickered and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Deathbed? Ha! Yeah, you guys are on your deathbeds, and you're actually still in the mood to posture here. I really can't refrain from finding it hilarious. Guo Huai, you come and tell them. Are they facing imminent death or not? As he said, Yi Yuan fired out a stream of divine essence, and Guo Huai's seal was immediately released. The saint sovereign heavens present had baffled faces. They really did not notice Guo Huai. After Guo Huai was released from the seal, he shouted with all his strength, Run! Quickly run! He's going to transcend Saint Sovereign Tao Tribulation. Chapter 2773, 9 Laws Tao Tribulation. Chapter 2773, 9 Laws Tao Tribulation. Run! These saint sovereign heavens had baffled faces. Transcend saint sovereign Tao Tribulation? This guy wouldn't have been beaten silly by Yi Yuan, right? What saint sovereign Tao Tribulation would a jade sovereign heaven be transcending? Guo Huai, you go and take a rest. Your head is beaten until it's spoiled. Yi Yuan, he said that you're going to transcend saint sovereign Tao Tribulation. Why don't you transcend it and broaden our horizons? The saint sovereign heavens laughed loudly without ceasing. They could tell that Guo Huai had already completely become a cripple and could not be saved anymore. If it were not for this, they also would not have failed to discover Guo Huai until now. There was naturally no one who dared to make fun of a powerhouse, but now no one would care about him. When Guo Huai heard everyone's derision, he struggled endlessly on the ground in a panic and roared wildly. He's really going to transcend tribulation. When he fought with me, he was going to break through already. The reason why he wanted to suppress his realm is to lure you guys out and use the saint sovereign Tao Tribulation to perish together with you all. Fools, why haven't you hurry up and run? Hearing Guo Huai's roar at the top of his voice, some people started frowning. Those present were not fools. Although what Guo Huai said was inconceivable, it still aroused some people's vigilance. Previously, they all felt that Yi Yuan was too impulsive, coming to seek revenge after acquiring a precious treasure. But thinking carefully now, something did not seem to be quite right. However, Yi Yuan did not let them hesitate for too long. Ho-hoo, since you guys want to broaden your horizons, then I'll satisfy you all. At this moment, he completely released his realm suppression. A horrifying aura shot straight to the sky. Auspicious omens. Oh, be Ted above the void. But at the same time, tribulation clouds that made people's hearts palpitate soon condensed. Crisis. Huge crisis. The Tao Tribulation aura coming from above the sky made their expressions change abruptly. The saint sovereign heavens present, apart from a minority, had virtually all transcended saint sovereign Tao Tribulations before. But no one among them had ever brought down such a terrifying saint sovereign Tao Tribulation. Lightning was hidden above the clouds. They already felt asphyxiated. This is really the saint sovereign Tao Tribulation. How is this possible? He has incurred heaven's envy. This saint sovereign Tao Tribulation will definitely be earth-shattering. What a terrifying aura. I feel like I almost can't breathe anymore. Just how many law tribulations did this guy call down? In reality, Yi Yuan was also greatly surprised by the power of this Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. The terrifying aura coming from above the ninth heaven also shocked him quite a bit. Roar, roar, roar. An illusion true dragon was traversing back and forth above the ninth heaven. The blood in Yi Yuan's body all started boiling at this moment. In virtually an instant, his fleshy body directly crossed this major hurdle and reached the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven, while his divine essence also skyrocketed at this moment. Yi Yuan's inner world seemed to have fused into one with heaven and earth at this moment. One great Tao rule after another was displayed in front of Yi Yuan. Breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was a sublimation and also a great lucky chance. At the time of the breakthrough, it was an opportunity to come into contact with heavenly Tao at close range. This feeling was indescribably mysterious. Yi Yuan felt that his soul had completely sublimated. What it brought was a surge in strength. D.A.M. and it. How can this boy be so monstrous? Bringing down Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. When breaking through, it's unheard of since ancient times. Quickly run. What are you still in a daze for? Zhao Ding bellowed, his figure suddenly disappearing from where he was. Only then did the others recover from the shock, feeling a chill run down their spines. Without the slightest hesitation, everyone fled swiftly at the same time. Only know how to run now. Too late. It was only to see Yi Yuan take a step out, catching up to Huangfu Cloudthink virtually in an instant. Huangfu Cloudthink's head went buzzing, and he was completely dazed. Freaking H.E.L. Don't chase me. He wished to give himself 2 tight slaps now. Why did he provoke Yi Yuan earlier? Why did he have to attract attention among so many Saint Sovereign Heavens? If he had kept a lower profile, maybe Yi Yuan would not have chosen him. But it was too late to say anything now. It was because the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation had already descended. Crack! A bolt of lightning cut across the sky, as if splitting the sky into 2. Yi Yuan felt his scalp tingle too. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out the Myriad Realms mountain. Boom! Lightning fell, an indiscriminate attack. The attack range of this lightning tribulation was extremely broad. Those Saint Sovereign Heavens had not escaped very far, and were directly squeezed out of the void by the oppression of great Tao. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Even if they were not in the center of the storm, the group of Saint Sovereign Heavens also felt their mind trembling heavily, fresh blood spurting wildly from their mouths. The Huangfu Cloudthink, who was nearest to Yi Yuan, was miserable. He did not enter Saint Sovereign Heaven for a long time to begin with. His strength was not considered very strong in Saint Sovereign Heaven. This strike directly knocked him down from midair, only to see fresh blood russ, plussing out of his mouth wildly, like a waterfall. While on this side, the faint earth-yellow halo emitted from the Myriad Realms mountain wrapped Yi Yuan up. Boom! Lightning fell. Yi Yuan was directly slammed underground like a cannonball. Yi Yuan felt his eyes spin, his entire person feeling like his skeletal frame had fallen apart. The power of this Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation was a little too strong. However, he had the protection of the Myriad Realms mountain, and was much better than Huangfu Cloudthink. Huangfu Cloudthink did not die, but his entire person was curled up on the ground, twitching incessantly. With one strike, he only had half his life remaining. Zhao Ding took a look at the void in astonishment, and then looked at Yi Yuan, muttering under his breath, "And 9 laws Tao tribulation. 9 laws Tao tribulation. It's the legendary 9 laws Tao tribulation. F * King H.E.L. Too terrifying. This boy actually brought down 9 laws Tao tribulation. Quickly run. If you're caught up to by this brat, you'll be dead for sure." In Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, Mi Tian was cursing Yi Yuan heavily too, saying, "You scoundrelly brat, you're messing around too much. Who transcends a 9 laws Tao tribulation like you? Do you not want your freaking life anymore?" Mi Tian suddenly felt that this boy might just torment him to death one day. His dream of returning home likely could not come true anymore. What's 9 law Tao tribulation? Yi Yuan said blankly. He really had no concept of Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. Mi Tian snorted coldly and said, "That lightning tribulation just now, how many kinds of rule undulations did you feel?" Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, "It seems to be 9. The reason why the lightning tribulation earlier was terrifying was that it fused 9 kinds of power of rules. Yi Yuan wielded the myriad realms mountain. Logically speaking, transcending the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation was like playing, but now he was seriously wounded with one strike. Clearly, this Tao tribulation was extraordinary. The first time ordinary Saint Sovereign Heavens transcend their tribulation, what they bring down is all 1 law Tao tribulations. Some stronger ones will bring down 2 laws Tao tribulations. Even in a major sect like the Labyrinth Divine Palace, the top Saint Sovereign Heaven disciples can at most only bring down 7 laws or 8 laws Tao tribulations too. You actually, King, brought down 9 laws. 9 is the extreme of numbers. Each Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. The power of rules that descends won't exceed this number. But those who reach this number are all monsters among monsters, prodigies that even heavenly Tao is jealous of. You scoundrel, you really incurred heaven's envy. Mi Tian gnashed his teeth hatefully and could not refrain from swearing. He knew that this boy was monstrous, but did not think that he was monstrous until such a degree. Chapter 2774. Bringing disaster to fishes in the moat. Chapter 2774. Bringing disaster to fishes in the moat. When he got the news, Li Changsheng was currently cultivating. He sneered coldly in response to this. Young people really can't retain composure, having a bit of strength, and he's already thinking of taking revenge. Little did he imagine what kind of character Li Changsheng was. To Li Changsheng, he looked down on the martial Tao powerhouses on this continent. This place was merely a wilderness land of grand bright jade, complete heaven. The people here were backward in their martial Tao, and their alchemy Tao withered. He came here to save this world. Therefore, he wanted to be this continent's king and be wars. Plus ped by thousands. A jumping clown, like Yi Yuan, he did not take him seriously at all. Li Changsheng, came from one of grand bright jade, complete heaven's 7 great hegemon, level holy land, the extreme medicine sect, his alchemy path strength reaching the acme of perfection, and his trump cards being numerous. A mere ascender. How could he really treat Yi Yuan seriously? Li Changsheng's figure flashed, and he vanished from where he was. In the next second, he entered the transmission array. Boom. Li Changsheng had just come out of the transmission array and only felt a blur before his eyes. 2 figures rushed over. A horrifying to the extreme, heavenly lightning suddenly descended. Li Changsheng's hair stood on its end, a great sense of danger welling up in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Changsheng shuttled through the void immediately, but he discovered that the void seemed to be frozen at this moment. He was unable to teleport. However, he still displayed his movement technique and left where he was at the fastest speed. Boom! The transmission array exploded with a loud bang. Li Changsheng only felt his entire body turn numb, tasting sweetness at the back of his throat. A mouth of blood spurted out. King H. E. L. What happened? This exalt came to kill people. Before I even saw the person, I got injured by an explosion. MN. Hang on. This seems to be a Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. It was even a 9 laws Tao tribulation. Li Changsheng shuddered, thinking to himself which great deity was overcoming his tribulation here. One had to know this grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven superpower house, had only transcended 8 laws Tao tribulation until now. Li Changsheng had overcome a total of 4 Saint Sovereign Tao tribulations. Each time, it would increase by 2 laws. It was not that there were no 9 laws Tao tribulation, but those who could transcend 9 laws Tao tribulations, they were all super powerhouses among their peers. 3 laws each time, 9 laws on the 3rd time. Those who could transcend 9 laws Tao tribulation were all the most outstanding figures in Saint Sovereign Heaven. When did such a powerhouse appear in the Rainclear continent? He actually did not know. The 9 laws Tao tribulation that existed in the legends referred to the first Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation, but Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses generally overcame more than one tribulation. Over a few ACCU mulations, 9 laws were still achievable. There was no time to think too much. Li Changsheng immediately spread his divine sense out and observed the situation. The moment he looked, he could not help drawing a cold breath. All over the hills and valleys, it was a stretch of scorched earth. A figure chased after a group of Saint Sovereign Heavens, scurrying everywhere. The scene was chaotic to the extreme. Of the 14 Saint Sovereign Heavens, there were only 9 left now. These 9 were also lingering on with one last breath and could not live for long. That's Yi Yuan. It's him who's transcending the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. Isn't he Jade Sovereign Heaven? Why did he transcend Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation? Could it be he brought down the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation the moment he broke through? It was fine if he did not think, but the moment he thought about it, he gave himself a fright. Bringing down 9 laws Tao tribulation, when breaking through, what kind of monster was this? Maybe the topmost level monsters among the 7 great holy lands had the qualifications to draw down 9 laws Tao tribulation. Could it be that this boy already reached the level of the 7 great holy lands' apex monsters? How was this possible? As a former hegemon level Holy Lands disciple, Li Changsheng knew all too well how terrifying such a monster was. He had always had a high and mighty attitude towards this continent's martial artists. But now, Yi Yuan actually Serpa S said him? No, using Serpa S to describe was not appropriate. If Yi Yuan was the falcon cleaving the sky, then he was a puddle of mud on the ground. Such an existence, as long as they did not die, they were very likely to step into hegemon realm in the future. MN? That's Li Changsheng? He's actually a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Yi Yuan noticed the fish that was implicated just now too. The other party's movement technique and strength far Serpa S, said the others. Earlier, Zhao Ding wanted to slip away through the transmission array. In the end, he was caught up to by Yi Yuan. Right at this time, Li Changsheng came out of the transmission array. With this, there was a full collision. However, it was spread outside that Li Changsheng was an upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. He did not expect that Li Changsheng actually was not. This guy already reached grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven. Yi Yuan secretly rejoiced. Luckily, the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation was called down. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he would really suffer a big loss. A grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. The strength was far from what an upper Saint Sovereign Heaven could compare to. But since he came, then he could accompany him to overcome the tribulation together. Swaz H plus Yi Yuan lunged and headed to Li Changsheng this side. Li Changsheng felt his scalp tingle, and he cursed, "Boy, you're courting death." This exalt will definitely kill you today." As he said, Li Changsheng already displayed his movement technique and fled. The power of a 9 laws Tao tribulation was too terrifying. One should not look at how he had overcome an 8 laws Tao tribulation. 9 laws Tao tribulation and 8 laws Tao tribulation were two totally different concepts. 9 was the extremity of numbers. 8 laws to 9 laws. This was a process of quantitative change to qualitative change. However, Yi Yuan already broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven at this time. Him who had comprehended heavenly Tao and combined it with spatial rule, his speed was unbelievably fast. Coupled with that Li Changsheng was unable to teleport, Yi Yuan caught up to Li Changsheng in virtually a blink of an eye. Li Changsheng, get to know 9 laws Tao tribulation. Even you haven't seen this thing before too, right? Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. At the same time, a bolt of heavenly lightning fell from the 9th heaven. Li Changsheng's expression changed greatly, aware that he could not escape it. Yi Yuan's movement technique was extremely fast. He was only less than 300 feet away from him. Li Changsheng did not have time to think too much. A small golden sword in his hand immediately dangled above his head. A ray of golden light covered his entire body. Boom! The 9 laws heavenly lightning fell. Yi Yuan and Li Changsheng, 2 people, were directly blown away. Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly and immediately swallowed a true grade heavenly pill. This heavenly pill was a true grade heavenly imperial pill, a sacred healing medicine. Yi Yuan used heavenly medicines found only on the Myriad Demons Mountain and refined 13. Now, he already swallowed 8 in order to transcend the tribulation. If not for these heavenly pills, he would really be in danger this time. After breaking through grade 4 heavenly pills, even if they were true grade heavenly pills, was unable to quickly recover his injuries anymore too. Seeing Yi Yuan swallow a true grade heavenly imperial pill, Li Changsheng's 2 eyes turned blood red. This guy was actually able to refine grade 4 true grade heavenly imperial pills already. Swaz. H. Plus, taking advantage of the fact that the Tao tribulation was still condensing, Li Changsheng forcefully suppressed the injuries on his body, urging the small golden sword in his hand to fly straight for Yi Yuan. This small golden sword was shockingly a grade 2 Grand Mist treasure. Yi Yuan was alarmed. There was no time to think too much. He immediately deployed the Myriad Realms Mountain and confronted it. Boom! A terrifying energy burst. Yi Yuan was directly blown away, but the small golden sword was bounced back, the golden light dimming a lot at once. Li Changsheng's expression changed wildly. Similarly, a grade 2 Grand Mist treasure. And yet his small golden sword was actually so much worse than the Myriad Realms Mountain. Li Changsheng. Being ambushed, Yi Yuan was instantly enraged. Swallowing another 2 heavenly pills, he flew straight for Li Changsheng. And at this time, another bolt of heavenly lightning fell. Chapter 2775, Competing in Numbers? Chapter 2775, Competing in Numbers? Boom! The place that Li Changsheng was standing exploded with a loud bang. The 2 people were blown away once more. The light on Li Changsheng's small golden sword dimmed once again. The corners of his mouth twitched heavily, feeling his flesh hurt. A grade 2 Grand Mist treasure was not some cabbage. After a few Tao tribulations, fine cracks had already appeared on his little golden sword. He had the intention of shaking off Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan did not give him the chance to do so at all. He had to drag him into the water at the risk of heavy injuries too, while the other Saint Sovereign Heavens secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Li Changsheng's appearance saved their lives. Otherwise, now, they would have long died. 9 laws Tao tribulation was too terrifying. Only Li Changsheng could barely manage to withstand it. Bolts of tribulations fell. Li Changsheng was bombarded until he bled from all 7 orifices, his appearance utterly tragic. Of course, Yi Yuan was even more miserable than him. Even with the protection of the Myriad Realms Mountain, Yi Yuan was still bombarded until flesh and blood scattered everywhere, his breathing barely perceptible. However, no matter how miserable he was, he had to drag Li Changsheng along too. Except what made Li Changsheng depressed was that his little golden sword already could not almost hold on anymore. But the Myriad Realms Mountain's light seemed to be growing stronger and stronger. The Myriad Realms Mountain actually became more and more refined under the bombardment of the Tao tribulation. This was too freaking aggravating. Similarly, a grade 2 Grand Mist treasure. But why would it be like this? Boom. Crack. The Tao tribulation fell. The small golden sword directly fragmented. Li Changsheng felt as if he heard the sound of his heart shattering. This Alliance Head's Li Chang's sword actually shattered. Why is Yi Yuan's small mountain completely fine? Not only is it fine, but its power also seems to have improved even more. Similarly, a grade 2 Grand Mist treasure. But why is the difference so big? The Saint Sovereign Heavens had baffled faces, and right at this time, the true dragon illusion above the void gave a long howl, burrowing into Yi Yuan's body. The terrifying tribulation clouds dissipated without a trace. The 9 laws Tao tribulation finally ended. He really succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Gua Huai looked at Yi Yuan and muttered to himself. This was a 9 laws Tao tribulation. Not only did this guy not die, he even turned the Pill Alliance upside down. Unwillingness. Gua Huai carried a strong unwillingness and died. TSK, the quality of your grade 2 Grand Mist treasure is lacking. Why did it shatter after being smitten a few times by Tao tribulation? Yi Yuan swallowed his last healing heavenly imperial pill and shook his head as he said with a sigh. These words were very sarcastic. The current Li Changsheng had green veins throbbing, glaring with wide eyes. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have long died 1,000 times, 10,000 times over. I'm going to kill you, Yi Yuan. Li Changsheng stepped into the air. An additional long sword appeared in his hand. However, this long sword was just a grade 1 Grand Mist treasure. Li Changsheng released his aura fully, a sword that tore across the air chopped over. It was as if the void was being cleaved apart by him. An aura of death hit him head-on. 8 Gates Life Extermination Sword. But the current Yi Yuan did not evade, saying with a cold smile, having broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, do you think that I'd still run? Myriad Realms Mountain, break for me. With a thought, Yi Yuan's divine essence injected into the Myriad Realms Mountain crazily. The Myriad Realms Mountain erupted with rays of brilliant light at once and met with Li Changsheng's sword with a whoosh. Boom. The sword light directly collapsed and dissipated under the Myriad Realms Mountain's brutal collision. Li Changsheng spurted out a large mouthful of blood with a cough, and was actually directly smashed flying out. Yi Yuan suffered some backlash, but was fine. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock. The Yi Yuan who broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was actually powerful to such an extent. The lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, Yi Yuan directly smashed the grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven, Li Changsheng flying. Ha, Li Changsheng, you destroyed my martial secure heavenly sect. Today, it's time for a blood feud to be paid in blood. Yi Yuan looked at Li Changsheng and said with a sneer, the 9 laws Tao tribulation earlier shattered Li Changsheng's grade 2 Grand Mist treasure, causing him rather severe injuries. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, under the nourishment of heavenly Tao and the effect of true grade heavenly pills. His injuries recovered rapidly. Furthermore, after the 9 laws Tao tribulations tempering, the myriad realms mountain became even more refined, and its power was even greater. When one was weakened, the other would be stronger. Yi Yuan's strength suppressed the grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven, Li Changsheng, instead. Li Changsheng's expression was livid. Firing out several talismans from his hands, he shouted coldly, 8 legions, war generals, show yourselves. Boom. Several talismans exploded with a loud bang, forming a spatial Pa-S sageway. 8 figures walked out of the spatial Pa-S sageway. These 8 people were all embedded in a golden yellow armor, imposing and domineering. Furthermore, these 8 people were actually all the same Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. Some already reached peak Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. When Zhao Ding saw this scene, he could not resist letting out a loud laugh as he said, Yi Yuan, you dare to challenge my Pill Alliance. Even if you broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, so what? Could it be that you alone are a match for the dozen over of us? Today you'll surely die. Zhao Ding was smitten twice by Tao tribulation and was incredibly wretched. Fortunately, he had some heavenly pills on him. At this time, his injuries recovered considerably. Just now, under the Tao tribulation, 6 of them died. There were only 8 people left now. Adding in these 8 legions, war generals, and Li Changsheng, it was 17 people. With 17 great Saint Sovereign Heavens dealing with Yi Yuan alone, even if Yi Yuan had exceedingly formidable abilities, he could forget about escaping too. Li Changsheng stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, Li Chang's sword has followed this chief for tens of thousands of years, becoming one of mine with me, but you actually destroyed it. Today, this chief is going to tear you to shreds, so pay homage to my Li Chang sword. This Li Chang sword was obtained by Li Changsheng in his sect. It had accompanied him for more than 10,000 years. Originally, by relying on his cultivation and the Li Chang sword, he was absolutely an invincible existence on this rain-clear continent. But now, the Li Chang sword was actually shattered by the Tao tribulation. The fury in Li Changsheng's heart could be imagined. These 17 great Saint Sovereign Heavens blocked off all of Yi Yuan's escape routes. Yi Yuan appeared somewhat alone and helpless under their encirclement. However, he did not mind. He just looked at Li Changsheng and said with a faint smile, Li Changsheng, do you really think that you've won? What a joke. The 17 of us dealing with you alone. If this can't even take care of you, then this chief will knock himself out and die here today. Li Changsheng said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, Li Changsheng, Zhao Ding, this is Marshal Secure Heavenly Sect's Mountain Pa-S gates. You all destroyed my Marshal Secure Heavenly Sect at this place, Ma-S, sacring countless. Today, this Yi will kill you all here and pay homage to all of Marshal Secure, Heavenly Sect's members' spirits in heaven that died unjustly. Li Changsheng laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Boy, did your head get spoiled from being smitten by Tao tribulation just now? With just you alone. You also want to destroy my Pill Alliance? Yi Yuan said coolly, Who told you that I'm alone? Roar. Yi Yuan raised his head and gave a long roar. The sound of a dragon roar surged to the sky, spreading extremely far and wide. In an instant, one powerful figure after another cut across the sky and arrived. Saint Exalt Bull Demon, Saint Exalt Great Rock, Saint Exalt Giant Ape, Saint Exalt Big Yellow. Myriad Demons Mountains 38, true spirit Saint Exalts had all arrived. On the other side, Saint Exalt Way Cloud, Saint Exalt Sky Fortune, and the other 5 great heavenly regions Saint Exalt powerhouses also appeared one after another. A total of 15 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses came over at this side. There was also a group who was Luo Yunqing 3 people, as well as the land of Heavenly South's 4 great Saint Exalts. The Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present reached a terrifying 60 people all at once. Chapter 2776, 1 verses 60. Chapter 2776, 1 verses 60. What's going on with this Astones? I plussing aura? This seems like it's all the auras of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. How many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses there needs to be before they can give off such terrifying power? It's the direction of the Marshall Secure branch. Something big must have happened. One figure after another stood in the air, glaring like ravening tigers. With 60 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses gathering together, the imposing momentum was surging. This was a grand event that had never happened on the rain-clear continent. The impact was clear at a glance. This imposing surging momentum spread extremely far and wide, causing countless powerhouses to be shocked. Each and every one of the Pill Alliance's Saint Sovereign Heaven's eyes went wide. When were there so many Saint Sovereign Heavens on the rain-clear continent? Competing in numbers? Hoo-hoo, I'm really not afraid that you're competing in numbers. Yi Yuan looked at Li Changsheng and said with a smile that was not a smile. Li Changsheng's expression was ugly to the extreme. He had secretly operated in the rain-clear continent for more than 10,000 years, and merely ACCU lacked this much resources. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually created 60 Saint Sovereign Heavens in a short 100+ years? A Saint Sovereign Heaven army. Was this fellow still human? What was even more Nable was that this guy just broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Each of his subordinates had looks of despair on their faces. That expression was incredibly similar to the Marshall Secure Heavenly Sect's disciples back then. Every dog had its day. This time, it was their turn to despair. Including Yi Yuan, there were 61 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. This was nearly 4 times as many as the Pill Alliance. Waycloud, why are you rebelling? What Yi Yuan can give you, this Exalt can give you as well. Withdraw now. This Exalt can swear a heavenly Tao oath to definitely assist you in stepping into Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven in the future. Li Changsheng looked towards Saint Exalt Waycloud and shouted fiercely. He could tell that these Saint Sovereign Heavens were paired together, completely different from those he groomed. Ping together meant that they were not of one heart. Therefore, as long as he made the other party disintegrate on their own, then there would be nothing to worry about. Saint Exalt Waycloud looked at Li Changsheng and could not help laughing as he said, Li Changsheng, your head isn't spoiled, right? These few years, you rear us Saint Sovereign Heavens in pens like pigs. Do you really think that we can't tell? That's right. You're a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. But now, Yi Yuan stepped into Saint Exalt Heaven and is similarly a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. Why should this Exalt work for you? Saint Exalt Purple Sun sneered and said, Li Changsheng, put away these ulterior motives. We aren't 3-year-old children. How can we change our minds because of one sentence from you? Moreover, you take a look at this sky filled with Saint Exalt Heavens. Do you really think that you're stronger than Yi Yuan? These Saint Sovereign Heavens did not buy Li Changsheng's promise at all. Every word uttered also kept the heart. Li Changsheng's face turned pitch black from listening. This was seriously too unexpected. He was completely unprepared. Who could have thought that so many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses could actually appear on this resource-poor, rain-clear continent? Yi Yuan looked at Li Changsheng and said with a cold smile, Li Changsheng, Stop wasting your energy. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. You possess powerful strength, but want to enslave the rain-clear continent. At this point, you still want to make them stand on your side? I've already made an agreement with all of the Saint Sovereign Heavens. After destroying the Pill Alliance, I'll reestablish the Pill Pavilion and S down the Tao teachings, letting everyone get the benefits of Alchemy Tao. Alchemy Tao is the king's way. It should benefit the world and not become a tool to satisfy your ambitions. Moreover, in terms of Alchemy Tao, I've already completely said you. When transcending the tribulation earlier, Li Changsheng took quite a few grade 5 heavenly pills too. Yi Yuan naturally took it into his sights. Although the quality of those heavenly pills was decent, it was as easy as blowing off dust for the present Yi Yuan to refine that quality of heavenly pills. He broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, although he was unable to refine true grade heavenly pills for the time being. 9th grade heavenly pills were not far beyond reach for him. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng was at the very most just the strength of 7th or 8th grade too. Ha ha! Li Changsheng suddenly burst out laughing and said, "You aboriginals, do you really think that after breaking through to Saint Exalt Heaven, you're this Exalt's match? This Exalt's background is big until you all can't imagine it. Even 17 versus 61. Do you all really think that this Exalt has no chance of winning anymore?" After he was done talking, Li Changsheng's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Around him, 2 power of rules fused into one, gradually condensing into a small golden sword. This small sword was identical with the Li Chang sword. Great Tao transformation 4th form. The faces of the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present indeed changed. A grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven, who comprehended great Tao transformation, was no joke. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a faint smile, "You're mistaken. It's not 17 versus 61. It's 1 versus 60. Big Yellow, I'll leave this guy to you all. Regarding the others, I alone will suffice." Li Changsheng's expression changed wildly, and at this moment, Yi Yuan had already moved. It was only to see his figure sway, a compact to the extreme sword light chopped towards Zhao Jian. Zhao Ding's expression changed wildly, only feeling that this sword was simply unavoidable, too strong. The Yi Yuan who broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, his strength was simply fearsome until it made people's hair stand on end. Without the slightest surprise, Zhao Jian was directly split in half by this sword. Zhao Ding was dead. Li Changsheng was greatly enraged and was just about to make a move when Big Yellow had already arrived. If these 60 people were all lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, Li Changsheng naturally would not be afraid. But unfortunately, there was still Big Yellow and Bull Demon, this kind of powerful Saint Exalt powerhouses. Especially Big Yellow. He killed his way into the top 1,000 in the Labyrinth Divine Palace's cultivation room. Being able to reach this level, Big Yellow was not the least bit inferior to the hegemon level Holy Land's Li Changsheng. No, one should say that he had already said Li Changsheng by a lot, because the Labyrinth Divine Palace's might was far from what a measly little extreme medicine sect could compare to. Therefore, he was equipped with the ability to jump realms and do battle too. In addition, Li Changsheng was implicated by Li Changsheng and suffered more than 10 bolts of Tao tribulation. At this time, he was already seriously injured. With 60 fighting 1, it could not be described. At the same time Big Yellow made a move, Saint Exalt Bull Demon, Saint Exalt Waycloud, and the rest of the powerhouses also took action one after another. Saint Exalt Waycloud. These people already broke through to Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven too. Coupled with each person having a grand mistreasure, their combat power was not weak. With 60 people attacking at the same time, How shocking was the commotion! Li Changsheng only felt surges of power that could topple mountains and overturn the seas smash towards him. He wanted to run, but Big Yellow's coquettish profligate hoof was truly boundlessly coquettish. He had nowhere to run at all. Boom! Forcefully taking a hit, Li Changsheng was directly slammed, flying out. Then one big move after another greeted him. Those powerhouses who were brought in from everywhere could not breathe for a long time when they saw this terrifying scene. Too strong. With 60 Saint Sovereign Heavens targeting one person at the same time. Even if you had exceedingly formidable means, what could you do? This scene is truly unforgettable. 60 Saint exalts. This picture is too beautiful. I don't dare to look away. Gang fight, it looks satisfying. This scene is much more enjoyable than whatever powerhouses exchanging moves. Seeing Li Changsheng getting pummeled, each and every one of these people, they were incredibly excited. Chapter 2777, Sacrificing One's Life to Save Others. Chapter 2777, Sacrificing One's Life to Save Others. Above the void, sword images permeated. Yi Yuan's one-sword formation trapped 16 powerhouses, 8 legions war generals. Their strength was even a level stronger than that Zhao Ding. Adding in the remaining branches' alliance chiefs, this group of people's strength was not weak. If it was a melee, Yi Yuan's side would definitely have a lot of casualties. Especially the 8 legions war generals, the 8 people seemed to be of one body, advancing and retreating together. Their combat power was not the slightest bit weaker than an Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven too. True soul explosion. Yi Yuan borrowed the sword formation and arrived not far from an alliance chief. Suddenly, he shouted and executed the Origin Divinity attack on him. That alliance chief's figure turned sluggish, and he was immediately pierced through by more than a dozen transformed swords. The dead body fell with a loud bang. After breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, Yi Yuan's Chaos Divine essence skyrocketed in strength and already reached peak Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. Even if the other party cultivated the Vajra Dharma body, it was difficult to withstand too. Having Yi Yuan get close to you was a one-way road that led to death. With Yi Yuan's current Origin Divinity strength, he could execute Origin Divinity attack within 500 feet. Coupled with an extremely fast movement technique, killing Saint Sovereign Heavens was not considered very hard to him. Like chopping and dicing vegetables, the remaining 8 alliance chiefs were killed off by Yi Yuan very soon. However, the 8 legions war generals were extremely powerful. Although they were being suppressed, they could barely manage to withstand the power of the sword formation. True soul explosion. Yi Yuan launched an Origin Divinity attack against one of them. Suddenly, his expression changed, feeling that his Origin Divinity ran into a wall and actually suffered a backlash. A puppet, these 8 people's Origin Divinities actually linked up as one. When you launch an Origin Divinity attack against one of them, it's equivalent to facing 8 people at the same time. This guy's means are indeed extraordinary. Suffering a hidden loss, it made Yi Yuan even more sure of Li Changsheng's origins. However, not being able to use Origin Divinity attacks was fine too. Just using the all-in-compa Sing Sword formation, Yi Yuan could eradicate the 8 people too. It just took more time. That was all. On the other side, Li Changsheng fought 1 against 60, being beaten until he spewed 3 liters of blood. Especially Big Yellow's coquettish hoof. It simply came and went like a shadow, almost impossible to resist. Everyone said that it was hard for 2 fists to fight 4 hands, unless one was strong until they could instantly kill those in the same rank. Otherwise, facing so many Saint Sovereign Heavens, they could only take a beating. However, Li Changsheng was formidable too. In front of the attacks that made mountains cry out and the seas howl, he actually managed to hold on. Ah, you bunch of aboriginals, this exalt definitely won't let you all off. Wanna kill this exalt, then die together. Explode for me. Explode. Explode. Suddenly, Li Changsheng roared wildly. A terrifying energy undulation made the expressions of all the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse change, one after another. The auras on the 8 legions war generals became extremely unstable. Their bodies started inflating all of a sudden like balloons being pumped with air. Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly, an extremely dangerous feeling salting him. These guys were going to self-detonate. Quickly spread out. Yi Yuan roared wildly at the sky, his figure instantly disappearing. The 60 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses scattered and fled in all directions virtually at once. However, it was already too late. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of the 8 legions war generals exploded with a loud bang. There seemed to be an additional sun above the sky. A terrifying to the extreme energy filled every region of S, P, AC. There was no way of dodging at all. This energy undulation was enough to blow a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven to death too. Furthermore, it was an indiscriminate attack. D.A.M. and it. C can't escape it. The faces of those Saint Sovereign Heavens were full of despair. Everything happened too suddenly. They had no chance to escape at all. While right at this time, a giant mountain suddenly appeared out of thin air, blocking everyone's figures. Boom! The intense explosion directly blasted the giant mountain away. A terrifying air billow blew everyone away. Hua! Yi Yuan directly vomited a large mouthful of blood, his figure whirling away into the distance like a kite with a broken strength. Li Changsheng suffered the aftermath of the shock too, and directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. However, he laughed wildly and said, "Ha ha ha, fool," to actually help this bunch of trash block the disaster, bearing most of the explosion himself. This exalt is leaving. Boy, I'll definitely seek revenge for this enmity. After he was done talking, Li Changsheng's figure flashed, and he directly escaped into the void. If Yi Yuan really wanted to leave, he could have left, but at that moment just now, Yi Yuan used the Myriad Realms mountain and blocked most of the explosion's power. Otherwise, at least half of the Saint Sovereign Heavens present, or more, would probably have to die. Master Yi. Big Yellow's expression changed wildly, chasing after Yi Yuan in haste. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure flashed, and he disappeared. Big Yellow's expression changed again. Yi Yuan went to pursuit. That explosion just now, Yi Yuan's injuries must be extremely severe. He actually disregarded his injuries and chased after Li Changsheng. There was no one who could keep up with Yi Yuan's speed here. They could only passively watch the two people disappear. Looking in the direction Yi Yuan disappeared, Saint Exalt Wakeloud sighed and said, "Younger brother Yi is righteous." Just now, he was closest to the center of the explosion. If not for Yi Yuan tanking most of the attack, he would have long died. Even so, he still suffered serious injuries. Everyone nodded one after another, agreeing greatly with Wakeloud's words. People were all selfish. Yi Yuan's heart to seek revenge was stronger than anyone. If he escaped by himself just now, then go chase after Li Changsheng, he would be able to face the opponent with his strongest combat power. But he chose to save everyone. At the moment of life and death, Yi Yuan could make such a decision. This was absolutely not what everyone could make. At this moment, Yi Yuan used his actions and filled everyone with admiration. However, they were also powerless to help Yi Yuan with anything anymore. Although none of the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present died, The explosion earlier made them all sustain extremely serious injuries. I hope that, younger brother, ye can succeed in taking revenge. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said with a sigh. They knew that if they did not kill Li Changxing this time, they probably would not be able to kill him anymore again. A grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven. If he was at his peak state, even if it was Yi Yuan, this heaven-defying existence, it was impossible to be his match too. On the other side, Yi Yuan chased after with all his strength while coughing blood. His injuries were too severe. Even his consciousness was somewhat blurry already. He used up all the heavenly imperial pills previously. Now he could only rely on his willpower to hold on. But he understood that this was the one and only chance. Letting Li Changxing go, the consequences would be too dreadful to contemplate. The explosion earlier, Li Changxing suffered the aftermath too. Right now, he was very miserable too. The two people, one in the front and one behind, their speed was quick to the extreme. Li Changxing was currently fleeing at high speed, when suddenly his expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, "This boy actually still chased after me. Humph. This aura is faintly discernible. He is already someone who's about to die, and he actually still dares to chase after. You really think that this exalt can't kill you?" Although he said so, Li Changxing did not dare to stop. There were still many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses at the back. If he was intercepted, he would really be dead for sure. He could feel that Yi Yuan's aura was very weak. Clearly, the explosion earlier caused immense harm to Yi Yuan. As long as he dragged it out, Yi Yuan might just die himself. Chapter 2778. I have a sword. Chapter 2778. I have a sword. How can he be so fast? He did not escape very far when Li Changxing discovered something amiss. Yi Yuan's speed was too fast. At the rate of this speed, Yi Yuan would be able to catch up to him before long. Suddenly, Li Changxing's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise. This boy gained enlightenment when he broke through 9 laws Tao tribulation. The power was naturally extremely terrifying. Using 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live to describe, it was not overboard too. But once the tribulation was successfully overcome, the benefits obtained would naturally be huge too. The more rules that descended, the closer the tribulation taker would be to heavenly Tao, and naturally the greater the inspiration too. When Yi Yuan was breaking through, his spatial rule comprehension was the deepest, directly reaching the 5th level. Li Changxing secretly cussed. Too monstrous. If this boy doesn't die, he will definitely be a mortal malady. Take your life while you're ill. Since you dare to come, then this exalt will send you off. Li Changxing made his resolve and suddenly stopped his figure. The moment he stopped, Yi Yuan caught up in a few breaths. When Li Changxing saw Yi Yuan, his heart immediately calmed down. The current Yi Yuan was covered in blood all over, his breathing slightly weak. He was still coughing blood nonstop. Clearly, the 8 Legions War General's self-detonation earlier caused tremendous damage to Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha, with how dreadful you look, you also want to come and kill me? Li Changxing said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan looked at Li Changxing coldly and said in a solemn voice, "Today you must die." Li Changxing was indifferent and could not help laughing as he said, "You're only left with half a life now, and yet you're actually still putting sham courage here." Yi Yuan held the dragon spring sword in his hand and said with a pant, "I have a sword. It's enough to kill you." The current Yi Yuan virtually could not even stand firm anymore, seeming like he might fall down at any moment. But his gaze was incomparably firm. Not killing Li Changxing, he swore not to return. Li Changxing scoffed and said, "With just that sword formation of yours? It's very strong, but don't you forget, no matter how injured this exalt is, I'm also a grand completion saint sovereign heaven. Forget it. Since you came to seek death, then this exalt will send you off. But Yi Yuan ignored him because he could no longer afford to drag it on. The dragon spring sword in his hand was gently released, turning into nothingness. Then the All-Enkampa Sing's sacred tree started growing all the way until grand completion fourth form. In the breakthrough previously, Yi Yuan only had spatial rule that broke through to the fifth level. The other two Daos did not break through. Therefore, his great Dao transformation was still the fourth form. When Li Changsheng saw the situation, he could not help laughing and said, "I was wondering what trump card you have. It turns out that it's this sword formation, 3 laws transformation, grand completion fourth form. It's indeed very strong. But using it to kill me, it's still insufficient." He was naturally aware of the power of Yi Yuan's sword formation. Previously, he used this sword formation and trapped 16 Saint Sovereign Heavens. There were even the 8 legions war generals among them. By relying on this sword formation, if Yi Yuan was at his peak state, he would indeed have the capability to fight with him. But sadly, with Yi Yuan's current state, he could grind him down till death too. Yi Yuan still did not pay attention to him, the last divine essence in his body Gus. I plussing out. All-Enkampa Sing's sacred tree, sword of heaven killing, condense. At this time, the All-Enkampa Sing's sacred tree did not transform into a sword formation, but the entire trunk condensed into an enormous sword, emitting an aura that made people feel heart palpitations. When Li Changsheng saw this scene, his pupils constricted. This condensed, long sword had an awe-inspiring sword energy. The sword intent it exuded rose straight to the firmament, extremely far away. The group of Saint Sovereign Heavens felt this astonies. Plussing sword energy too. What a strong sword energy. This seems like it's Yi Yuan's sword energy. We can even feel it from such a distance. It's too terrifying. Sword intent soaring to the sky, rising straight to the firmament. Is this sword going to poke a hole in the sky? Each and every one of these Saint Sovereign Heavens turned pale with fright. It was truly that this sword was too terrifying. When the 2 people left earlier, they had to at least escape more than several hundred miles away too. This astonies. Plussing sword intent could actually spread so far. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. Currently, countless powerhouses felt this terrifying sword intent. The rain-clear continent was in an uproar. Sword energy spanning obstructed for 100,000 miles. One sword light making 19 continents feel a chill. It was talking about Yi Yuan's current sword. This was also Yi Yuan's greatest killing move. Yi Yuan's great Dao transformation, All-Enkampa Sing's sacred tree, had always condensed transformed swords from leaves, but he had never utilized the trump before. This was his ultimate move, and also a move that bet his future. The sword's name, Heaven Killing, was more than just talk. This move could virtually leapfrog realms to kill the enemy. It was too heaven-defying. After he cultivated to an extremely high realm, he might really be able to actually poke a hole in the sky. And once this move was unleashed, his Dao would also trigger the wrath of heavenly Dao, thus shattering his Dao. Once this move was unleashed, the All-Enkampa Sing's sacred tree would be annihilated. So, unless it was a last resort, Yi Yuan would not use this move. But currently, he could not care less about it anymore. Li Changsheng, who was opposite of him, was still mocking Yi Yuan a moment ago. But at this time, his expression changed wildly. This sword, forget about him right now. Even at his peak state, he could not receive it too horrifying. Before the sword was unsheathed, he already felt that his body was about to be sliced into countless pieces. Lunatic! You're a complete and utter madman. Using this move, your Tao will completely crumble. Li Changsheng screamed shrilly. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "So what?" "Sect Master. This Yi will repay the martial secure heavenly sect with this sword today. Your spirits in heaven can rest in peace." Finished saying, he used the last bit of his strength and unleashed the sword of heaven killing. Swiss. H. Plus the sword light flashed past. Li Changsheng's body was directly sliced into countless pieces without even having time to scream out. To this sword, Li Changsheng was merely an ant. After Yi Yuan unleashed this sword, his entire person fell down, without the slightest strength in his entire body anymore. Li Changsheng was already dead, but the sword of heaven killing was not extinguished, but flew straight toward the sky. Crack! Crack! Above the void, lightning flashed and appeared. Suddenly, a bolt out of the blue fell down. Boom! The sword of heaven killing exploded with a loud bang. Everything dissipated into nothing. Yi Yuan coughed, vomiting out a large mouthful of fresh blood, then fell unconscious. Very soon, Big Yellow's figure landed. When he saw Yi Yuan's miserable state, his heart could not help twitching. "Senior," Mitian gave a long sigh and said, "He's fine, but his road of martial arts has probably been cut off." Big Yellow's expression changed, and he said, How is this possible?" Mitian said, "This old man also didn't expect that this boy's transformed sword is actually so heaven-defying. Sword of heaven killing. Ha ha, what a fine sword of heaven killing." However, he incurred heaven's jealousy before achieving success. His transformed sword is destroyed. Without the recognition of heavenly Tao, he won't be able to condense the transformation sword anymore in the future. With martial Tao not taking form, what difference is there from ordinary people? Monstrous waves were set off in Big Yellow's heart. Transformation sword incurring heaven's jealousy. How heaven-defying was Master Ye's sword. No wonder he could bring down 9 laws Tao tribulation. But now, how would Master Ye's road in the future be decided? Without the transformation sword, could he still match up to those peerless heavens chosen? With Master Ye's pride, he must be unable to bear it, right? Chapter 2779, Immense Wealth. Chapter 2779, Immense Wealth on Flowing Cloud Peak at Martial Secure, Heavenly Sect. Yi Yuan stood in the air, 3 rules revolving around him indeterminately. But these 3 power of rules became distinct from each other and were unable to merge. Buzz! The 3 power of rules dissipated with a loud bang. Yi Yuan looked into the distance, his eyes somewhat in a daze. Sure enough, it still could not work. "Master Yi, it still doesn't work," Big Yellow said with a guilty look. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "There seems to be an invisible barrier between the rules. Furthermore, I'm unable to sense the power of rules anymore." Being unable to sense the power of rules meant no longer being able to cultivate. A peerless heavens chosen of his generation was actually unable to cultivate. How great a blow did this have to be? Big Yellow's expression changed, and he said, "Master Yi, it's all Big Yellow's fault for being useless." Yi Yuan looked at Big Yellow and said with a smile, "This enmity is my martial secure heavenly sect's enmity. It has nothing to do with the myriad demons mountain. This Yi is already endlessly grateful that you all could act to help me. This has nothing to do with you all." But Master Yi, Big Yellow felt his heartache. He desperately wanted to follow Yi Yuan's footsteps, but in the end, Yi Yuan blocked the deadly blow for them, resulting in him sustaining serious injuries. If not for this, Yi Yuan also would not have gone so far as to kill Li Changsheng with the transformation sword as the price. Martial secures battle. shocked the continent. With Yi Yuan killing Chongqing with one sword, this was Pa-S, said from mouth to mouth with approbation in the entire continent. It was also this sword that ended the Pill Alliance's rule, completely liberating the various major sections. For some time, Yi Yuan's prestige had no equal, but extremely few people knew that after this battle, Yi Yuan could no longer cultivate. Losing Heavenly Tao's approval, one would be a cripple. Yi Yuan was not discouraged and smiled, saying with boundless heroism, I, Yi Yuan, have always been going against heaven throughout my life. My Tao doesn't need anyone to approve it. Big Yellow looked at Yi Yuan in a daze, somewhat absent-minded for a while. Yi Yuan's performance was far from what he imagined. There was actually no decadent at all. The more one was a heaven's chosen, the harder it would be to bear it after encountering this sort of blow, never to recover henceforth. But Yi Yuan behaved like it had nothing to do with him. It was not just that. He felt that Yi Yuan seemed to have more drive and was more spirited than before. Could it be that this guy did not know that he could no longer cultivate? What did they all say about my proposal? Yi Yuan did not care about this and asked Big Yellow. But Big Yellow frowned and said with displeasure, this bunch of guys are really ingrates. If not for Master Yi, they would have long died. Now, they actually don't even agree to this little request. Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected it, and said coolly, what did they say? Big Yellow said indignantly, they said that ascenders are ascenders. They are Yun-kins. Now, the 5 great heavenly sects exist only in name. They can give them a place for the sections. The rest have to be handed over. Furthermore, they will strictly control ascenders. After the great battle, Yi Yuan proposed that the Rainclear continent no longer be divided into native factions and ascenders in the future. Ascenders could enter the major heavenly sects to cultivate. Presently, of the 5 light heavenly regions, former 5 great heavenly sects, there was only Luo Yunqing, one Saint Sovereign Heaven left. Ascender Saint Sovereign Heavens only had a scanty 3 people too, and native Saint Sovereign Heavens occupied an absolute advantage. Therefore, they did not want to share with ascenders the benefits at all, wanting to take the opportunity to completely throttle ascenders dead. It was also that they were somewhat apprehensive of the myriad demons mountain behind Yi Yuan. Otherwise, they would have probably directly shed all pretenses of cordiality. Once Li Chongqing died, all parties lost the common enemy. These Saint Sovereign Heavens started pursuing their own interests one after another. Of course, the more important reason was that they knew that Yi Yuan had already become a cripple. Although the current Yi Yuan was still Saint Sovereign Heaven realm, he was unable to execute great Tao transformation, his combat power being greatly reduced. They were no longer afraid of Yi Yuan, a genius with no future. Then there was nothing to fear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, have you found the Pill Alliance's headquarters? Big Yellow said, found it. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, come, go take a look. A group of people landed among green mountains and blue waters with unstoppable momentum. Saint Exalt Waycloud, Saint Exalt Skyfortune, Saint Exalt Bull Demon, and many top powerhouses were shockingly present. The place was called Chilian Gorge, a very remote place. No one thought that Li Chongqing actually set the headquarters up here. However, at this time, the gazes of Saint Exalt Waycloud, and the rest, when looking toward Yi Yuan, was somewhat strange and a little contemptuous. The atmosphere was a little awkward. TSK, Li Chongqing, this fellow is really capable setting up such a large formation, completely covering up the mountain S gates. If not for fumbling over through the transmission array, we couldn't have found it at all. Saint Exalt Waycloud said. With regards to Li Chongqing's means, they still rather admired it. regardless of whether it was alchemy or the 8 legions war generals, or currently this mountain S gates, all of them demonstrated his power. Saint Exalt Skyfortune said, "We raided 14 Pill Alliance's branches and obtained great benefits. However, over these 10,000 years, most of the wealth that Li Changshan ACCU, Mulat is likely hidden in this place. Most likely, it's an astronomical figure. With the Pill Alliance being destroyed, the 14 branches had no leader and could naturally be at other people's mercy. The group of Saint Exalts were not courteous either, completely wiping out the 14 branches, obtaining tremendous benefits. But everyone knew that the real treasure was here. The group of Saint Sovereign Heavens was brave due to their great ability, and they directly barged into the mountain S gates. With Saint Sovereign Heavens being completely wiped out, everyone in the Pill Alliance had long since dispersed. At this time, it was a wasteland at the mountain S gates. The group of powerhouses turned the Pill Alliance upside down and finally found a cave in the back mountain. Powerful restrictions were placed outside of the cave. Breaking these restrictions were nothing to the Saint Sovereign Heavens present. The party entered the cave, and each and every one of them was immediately stunned. As far as the eyes could see, there were countless precious treasures in the cave. Countless heavenly crystals were piled up everywhere. The wealth here could really be described using astronomical numbers. When the Saint Sovereign Heavens saw these treasures, their eyes turned green. The powerhouses present had never seen before so much fortune in their lives. This Li Changsheng is really unscrupulous to have actually ACCU mule at such a frightening wealth. Saint Exalt Waycloud exclaimed. Everyone nodded one after another. This wealth added up was even more than the ones obtained in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Using this wealth to nurture another several dozen Saint Sovereign Heavens was more than plenty. Now, shouldn't we discuss how to allocate these fortunes? Saint Exalt Skyfortune said. Saint Exalt Waycloud gave Yi Yuan a meaningful glance and said with a smile, "Although these fortunes are Li Changsheng's, they are actually all plundered from our various major heavenly sects. Therefore, I suggest to distribute these fortunes with the strength of the sects." Saint Exalt Skyfortune smiled coldly and said, "Waycloud, you really calculated well. In this place, your 7-star heavenly sect is the strongest. You mean that you're taking the largest share, apart from Saint Exalt Waycloud. The 7-star heavenly sect still had another Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Therefore, they were the strongest. Saint Exalt Waycloud's distribution method was naturally the 7-star heavenly sect gaining a big advantage. How could the others be willing to comply? Chapter 2780, Burning the Bridge After Crossing It. Chapter 2780, Burning the Bridge After Crossing It. Skyfortune, you're wrong. The strongest one here isn't our 7-star heavenly sect, but the Myriad Demons Mountain. Saint Exalt Bull Demon, these fortunes, your Myriad Demons Mountain can take 50% of it. How's that? Saint Exalt Waycloud looked toward Saint Exalt Bull Demon and said with a smile, "There were no fools present. Saint Exalt Waycloud was using 50% of the wealth to buy over the Myriad Demons Mountain. The strength of the humans was indeed not considered strong, but they were all veteran Saint Sovereign Heavens. Meanwhile, the vast majority of the Myriad Demons Mountain's Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses had just broken through not long ago. If war really broke out, both sides would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Both sides had a score about this in their hearts, and in the wake of Yi Yuan's road of martial arts being cut off, the disagreements between Saint Exalt Waycloud and company and the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect became greater and greater. Clearly, Waycloud, these people did not intend to give Ascenders a way out. As for these fortunes, they probably had no plans of giving it to the Martial Secure heavenly sect too. This Saint Exalt bull demon looked at Yi Yuan and could not help revealing a hesitant look. Got to admit, 50% of the wealth was very tempting. The wealth that Li Changsheng ACCU mulatted over 10,000 years was sufficient to move any saint sovereign heaven. When Big Yellow saw Saint Exalt Bull Demon hesitate, he could not resist saying, "Lord Bull Demon, without Master Yi, could our myriad demons mount and have today's glory? Without Master Yi, could we have resisted the 8 legions' war general's self-detonation? Could it be that, at this time, you want to go back on your word and forget your benefactor?" The moment Saint Exalt Bull Demon heard, he became even more hesitant. But Waicloud smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Big Yellow, your words are wrong. Master Yi helped you all refine heavenly pills and created dozens of Saint Exalts. He harbored selfish motives to begin with. He only wanted to borrow your strength to take revenge on Li Changsheng. Now, the great enmity has been avenged. You guys owe each other nothing. How can it be going back on your word and forgetting your benefactor?" By the side, Luo Yunqing exploded with anger and berated angrily, "Waicloud, you villain who kicks someone to the curb after they've outlived their usefulness. If not for Yi Yuan blocking the 8 legions' war general's self-detonation for us, would it still be your turn to spout a stream of empty rhetoric here? Also, have you forgotten who brought you out of the Labyrinth Divine Palace?" The events in the Labyrinth Divine Palace was no secret. Luo Yunqing also heard about it afterward. But Waicloud did not agree and said everyone was just making use of each other. That's all. Didn't he save this Exalt in order to borrow this Exalt's strength? Now, his road of martial arts has already been cut off. Distributing this wealth has no use too. So there's naturally no need to distribute it either. What do you think, fellow Taoist Bull Demon? In the end, Waicloud still threw the problem to Bull Demon. This was because his decision was pivotal. Waicloud also perceived that among the myriad Demons Mountain's 38 Saint Exalt powerhouses, there were many who were moved by the wealth. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was naturally moved too. It was just that it was hard for him to open his mouth owing to Yi Yuan's face. In reality, when he was hesitating, it already showed that he had forsaken Yi Yuan, someone whose road of martial arts had been severed. The person no longer had any value to exploit. "Lord Bull Demon!" Big Yellow shouted angrily. Saint Exalt Bull Demon gave Yi Yuan a glance and discovered that Yi Yuan had an indifferent face. It was as if he was an uninvolved person with regards to the present situation. Yi Yuan did not say anything from start to end. Very clearly, he himself had also given up on himself. Those present were all Rain-Clear Continent's overlord figures. They had seen before D knows how many geniuses. Yi Yuan, this kind of peerless heavens chosen, was enough to sweep across the contemporary era. But the road of martial arts being severed would undoubtedly give him a heavy blow. He was also clear that if Yi Yuan's road of martial arts was not severed, Waicloud naturally would not dare to make trouble. In the end, it was still strength. These few years, under Yi Yuan's help, Saint Exalt Bull Demon's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. This allowed him to see a greater future. Perhaps he could also reach true sovereign heaven one day in the future. Being in possession of so much wealth, he might have some hope. Saint Exalt Bull Demon nodded and said, "I agree. However, our myriad demons mountain wants 60%. The moment these words came out, the faces of the 5 great heavenly regions, Saint Sovereign Heavens, changed one after another. This 60% represented countless wealth. Waicloud also gritted his teeth and said with a nod, "Okay, 60% it is. The remaining 40%, our 7-star heavenly sect wants 15%. The rest, your various sects divide equally. Do you all have objections?" When he said this, Wei Cloud naturally filtered out Yi Yuan and the martial secure heavenly sect too. The various sects that he was talking about naturally did not include the martial secure heavenly sect. Saint Exalt Skyfortune thought about it and shook his head and said, I don't have objections. Saint Exalt Purple Sun said, I have no objections to. But when Wei Cloud saw the situation, he looked toward Yi Yuan and said with a smile, Yi Yuan, we've discussed your view. Ascenders are ascenders. What right do foreigners have to gain a foothold in the 5 great heavenly regions? However, we're not unreasonable people either. You've rendered great contributions to destroying the Pill Alliance. So, you all, these ascenders, withdraw to the land of heavenly south. We won't make things difficult for you all. Wei Cloud, these people clearly came prepared. They were going to drive all of the ascenders to the land of heavenly south, the land of heavenly south saint sovereign heavens, and Luo Yinqing, these people all broke through not long ago. Their strength was too lousy. If they were really unwilling once a battle broke out, it was likely that Yi Yuan would not be able to protect them at all with his remaining strength. Therefore, they ascertained that Yi Yuan only had this path, that was to agree. Furthermore, they did not plan on sharing this enormous wealth with Yi Yuan's side. You all are bullying people too far. Do you really think that we're scared of you? Luo Yinqing could not hold back anymore, and his long sword immediately unsheathed. Wei Cloud had a disdainful look and directly smacked a palm over. At the same time, Big Yellow also gave no chance to explain and kicked a hoof towards Saint Exalt Wei Cloud. Bang! Wei Cloud only felt a tremendous force transmit over, directly being kicked, flying by Big Yellow. He was not Big Yellow's match alone. The present Big Yellow needed at least 3 to 5 people joining hands before he could be dealt with. Big Yellow looked at Wei Cloud coldly and said in a solemn voice, all of you ungrateful villains that forget kindness. Do you really think that this Exalt is to be trifled with? Today, even if I fight it out till the bitter end, this Exalt will also take care of you all. In the next moment, Big Yellow erupted with a powerful pressure, making the faces of everyone present change one after another. Big Yellow's strength was known to the people present. Even Saint Exalt Bull Demon was also not his match currently. If he was to really go nuts, dragging several Saint Sovereign Heavens down was all too normal. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly stepped forward, patted Big Yellow on the shoulder, and said with a smile, all right, Big Yellow, let's go. This wealth is merely worldly possessions. They are useless. Remember, strength is the king's way. Big Yellow's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, Master Yi, what do you mean by this? Yi Yuan smiled and said, give these things to them. In the future, when they beg to deliver it in front of me, I'll still have to consider it. There's also no problem with them making us withdraw out of the 5 great heavenly regions. Let's return to heavenly south. What? Big Yellow and Luo Yinqing said in unison, both surprised to the extreme. Even Saint Exalt Wei Cloud and Saint Exalt Bull Demon, they all had disbelieving faces too. Yi Yuan actually really agreed. Chapter 2781, pointing at the firmament with the sword, seeking Tao with the sword. Chapter 2781, pointing at the firmament with the sword, seeking Tao with the sword. You guys, Yi Yuan has been very calm all along. Could he really have some backup plan? After Yi Yuan's party left, Saint Exalt Bull Demon could not resist asking. It was truly that Yi Yuan behaved too calmly. Anyone who suffered this kind of treatment would be indignant, but Yi Yuan was not. From start to end, he was like an onlooker observing from the sidelines. Many powerhouses present were extremely apprehensive of Yi Yuan. Got to admit, Yi Yuan's attitude made them somewhat nervous in their hearts. Wei Cloud smiled coldly and said, don't you forget, It's heavenly Tao that cut off his path forward, and not us, someone abandoned by heaven. Do you all feel that he has a chance to turn things around? The moment everyone heard, they immediately calmed down a lot. Yeah, heaven wanted you dead. Could you still overturn the heavens? You're right. No matter how breathtaking the genius, they aren't greater than the heavens too. From now on, there's only the 4 great heavenly regions. Saint Exalt Skyfortune said. It was silent all the way. After returning to the martial secure heavenly sect, Luo Yunqing finally could not hold back anymore. Yi Yuan, you can leave if you want to. I'm going to fight it out to the death with them, here. Even if my bones are ground to dust, I won't let them take a step into martial secure heavenly sect too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You, a newly ascended Saint Sovereign Heaven, even if your bones are ground to dust, can it stop them from stepping into the martial secure heavenly sect? This place is merely a wasteland. So what if we give it to them? During the great battle, martial secure heavenly sect was the primary battlefield. So many Saint Sovereign Heavens fighting, plus the 8 legions war general self-detonation. The entire sect was long already a wasteland. But Luo Yunqing had extremely deep feelings for the martial secure heavenly sect. Now, having just destroyed the Pill Alliance and being able to rebuild the martial secure heavenly sect, but suddenly getting chased away to the land of heavenly south, he could not accept it. The land of heavenly south was merely a tiny place, that was all. In terms of area, it was only 1/4 of a heavenly region. How could Luo Yunqing be willing? Yi Yuan, your martial Tao is severed. Could it be that even your hot-bloodedness was erased too? If we were to really join forces, we might not lose to them. Yi Yuan looked at Luo Yunqing deeply and said, Brother Luo, so what if we revive the martial secure heavenly sect? Even if the martial secure heavenly sect rules rain-clear continent like the Pill Alliance, so what? This place is merely a desolate land. That's all. Could it be that your horizons are really only limited to these? The 5 great heavenly sects people have always been curious. Why Shuabu Fan, that kind of heaven's chosen, would suddenly go missing? Today, let me tell you, he went to the other side of the sea. He knew that if he stayed in rain-clear continent, he would only be sitting in the well and looking at the sky. That's all. Don't you want to take a look at the world outside? Luo Yunqing's expression changed drastically, and he said in surprise, How do you know? Yi Yuan said coolly, I saw the sword energy that he left behind in the sea. Luo Yunqing's heart shook wildly. It turned out that Lord Zhuo really crossed the sea. But the martial secure heavenly sect. Yi Yuan cut him off and said coolly, Martial secure heavenly sect's Tao teachings naturally have to be said down. This is giving an account to sect master, and also giving an account to elder he. However, it isn't now. There's no meaning in showing off momentary bravery. Luo Yunqing looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment and said in surprise, This is impossible. Your road of martial arts has already been cut off by heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan smiled and said, My fate is up to me, not up to heaven. On this day, martial secure heavenly sect's entire sect moved south, saying that it was the entire sect. There were actually not many people. However, in the wake of Yi Yuan killing Chongqing with one sword, many of martial secure's old subordinates returned too. Wu Chengchao, Lin Lan, Wen Jingxian, these people all escaped death by a fluke because of Yi Yuan's 100 poison formation back then. Now, hearing that Yi Yuan returned, they naturally returned to the sect. Apart from them, there were also over 300 people that returned to martial secure heavenly sect too. As for the other 4 sects, they were not so lucky. They had less than 200 people when added up. These 500 over people were the last force of the former 5 light heavenly region. However, because the other regions rejected ascenders, there were several thousand ascenders that followed the 5 great heavenly sects and migrated to the land of heavenly south. After this, Big Yellow also completely broke away from the Myriad Demons Mountain and joined the faction of Heavenly South. The present land of Heavenly South had Luo Yunqing, 3 people plus Heavenly South's 4 great Saint Exalts, plus 2 Ascender Saint Exalts, as well as Yi Yuan and Big Yellow. There were 11 great Saint Exalt heavens. In terms of numbers, they were really not weak. It was just that most of these people had just broken through. Their foundation was too weak. There was actually only Big Yellow alone, who deserved to be called a combat power. In reality, what those 5 great heavenly regions powerhouses were truly afraid of was also just Big Yellow. Otherwise, if the 5 great heavenly regions wanted to migrate, they probably really could not have done it. However, everything was not important anymore. Arriving at the land of heavenly south, Yi Yuan arrived above the sea and sat down suspended in the air. An enormous Tai Chi diagram slowly unfurled above Yi Yuan's head. That appearance seemed to be comprehending heaven and earth. Kid, have you really thought it through? Taking this step is certain death. Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan said coolly, road is forged by people, and it is not bestowed by the heaven. In this life, starting from the immortal Grove world, I've been going against the heaven. Great Tao crumbling, I'll go contrary to Tao with alchemy and reach divine Tao. When the heaven-span world was refined by someone with a great divine ability, I created my own cultivation method and transformed Tao to shatter the sky. In this 33 heavens, since heavenly Tao doesn't tolerate me, then I'll point at the firmament with my sword and seek Tao with the sword. Boom. As he said, Yi Yuan's chaos world exploded with a loud bang. A terrifying energy undulation set off a series of tsunamis. At this moment, countless gazes looked towards the sea. Luo Yunqing's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in surprise, "What a strong world power!" Yi Yuan, he shattered his own small world. What does he want to do? Small world. It was where the foundation of martial artists lay. If the world collapsed, martial Tao would be destroyed. Yi Yuan actually shattered his own small world. This action shocked everyone. Big Yellow had an extremely deep comprehension in Great Tao, but he detected a trace of an unusual crisis. Master Yi wants to re-establish after destruction. But does Heavenly Tao allow it? Big Yellow murmured. Yi Yuan spent countless efforts to condense and form this chaos world. To say that he was reluctant, he was naturally extremely reluctant. But at this moment, he proceeded without hesitation. There were geniuses in the world that were not tolerated by Heavenly Tao. It was not just Yi Yuan alone who had their path of cultivation stripped away by Heavenly Tao. The 33 heavens were extremely vast. There were countless powerhouses and geniuses being plentiful like clouds. There were also peerless heavens chosens who were not tolerated by Heavenly Tao. These heavens chosens were naturally unwilling to have their martial Tao cut off henceforth. Hence, they forged a path, a road that went against heaven. Snatc, hing fate from heaven, going against heaven. Yi Yuan's chaos world collapsed, but it was not obliterated. Instead, it gathered toward the Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi slowly rotated. Countless energies were condensed in it. An illusory sword gradually solidified, standing upside down in the center of the Tai Chi diagram, pointing at the firmament with the sword. Crack! Crack! Dark clouds gathered in the sky above the sea, lightning flashes. Plussing. It was as if the world was going to be destroyed in the next second. Chapter 2782. Getting stronger the more he fought. Chapter 2782. Getting stronger the more he fought. Heavenly Tao is enraged. Big Yellow looked toward the horizon and muttered, but Luo Yunqing stomped his feet in anxiety and shouted angrily, "This boy is too reckless," pointing at heaven with the sword. "Isn't this seeking death?" This sword was not an ordinary sword, but Yi Yuan's Dao sword. This Dao sword was condensed and formed from Yi Yuan's lifetime cultivation. This sword pointing at heaven was questioning the way of heaven. It was provoking heavenly Tao. How could it be tolerated? Myriad Demons Mountain, Saint Exalt Bull Demon, Saint Exalt Giant Ape, and the rest looked at the firmament from afar, incredibly shocked. Is this guy mad? Pointing at the sky with the sword, the firmament is furious. It will probably bring down Tao tribulation again this time, right? Most likely, he's going to immediately transcend a 2-9 Tao tribulation. TSK, not resigning himself to circu, stances, and experiencing life and death. Yi Yuan is going to force himself into a desperate situation so that he can risk it all. However, can he pull through? The 3 great Saint Exalts could not help snickering when they saw this scene from afar. Confronting heaven was clearly an act of courting death. Originally, he could drag out an ignorable existence. However, he insisted on bringing about his own destruction. Extremely far away, Saint Exalt Waycloud and the rest of the Saint Sovereign Heavens were startled one after another. They moved out in succession and gathered in the sky above Myriad Demons Mountain. Hoo-hoo, this kid is indeed a restless one. His last resort should be this, right? That's good too, since he's taking the road to ruin himself. It saves us the trouble of having to take action. Saint Exalt Waycloud could not help laughing as he said. Saint Exalt Skyfortune laughed in spite of himself and said, "He really dares to point at heaven with his sword, asking heaven if it's unfair. Does he have this qualification?" Waycloud smiled and said, "Let's just watch a good show here." Yi Yuan pointed his sword at the sky. Heavenly Tao was enraged and sent down Tao tribulation. The sensation caused this time was even more terrifying than that time previously. In less than a year, Yi Yuan triggered a Tao tribulation again. This sort of thing was simply unheard of since ancient times. 2-9 Tao tribulation. It meant 2-9 laws Tao tribulations. This was also to say that the Tao tribulation raining down this time was 18 power of rules. 9 laws Tao tribulation was already terrifying to the extreme. The power of a 2-9 Tao tribulation was naturally even more terrifying. But the Yi Yuan who was in the center of the storm seemed to be completely clueless. He was condensing his own Tao. The sword in the Tai Chi diagram became larger and larger and increasingly solid. The aura also became more and more horrifying. And following the solidification of this sword, the aura coming from above the avoid also became more and more terrifying. Kid, you can really stir trouble. A 2-9 Tao tribulation is likely no match for this aura. I reckon that it might very likely be straight up a 3-9 Tao tribulation. Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Who cares how many 9 laws Tao tribulation it is? Regardless of how many that will come, I'll receive them. I'll bet my Tao and defy this heaven." Mi Tian said with a cold snort, "Don't blame me for not warning you. This sword is connected to your life now. If the Tao sword shatters, your life will be gone." Yi Yuan was not betting his Tao, but betting his life. Condensing Tao sword was giving up on following heaven. In the future, he could only go against heaven and change his fate. Each step would be 100 times harder than other martial artists. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, rather than willingly be ordinary, why not defy heaven and change fate? At this time, Yi Yuan slowly got up, looked at the sky from afar, and muttered, "It's here." Boom. His voice had yet to fade when a clap of thunder sounded in the sky. The ocean was directly blown apart. Yi Yuan only felt an overwhelming force, as if going to crush him. 3-9 Tao Tribulation. This boy really provoked the wrath of heaven. Saint Exalt Waycloud's expression changed abruptly as he said, even when separated so far away. His heart also jumped fiercely at this sound of thunder clapping. It could be imagined what kind of enormous pressure Yi Yuan, who was located at the center of the storm, would have to bear. Saint Exalt Skyfortune smiled and said, "You all try to guess. How many bolts of Tao Tribulation can he make it through?" 3, 5, 9. Saint Exalt Waycloud glanced at everyone and said smilingly, "Got to say, this boy is a peerless genius, overwhelming the present era. Even if it's 3-9 Tao Tribulation, it's impossible for him to survive 9-2. I ask heaven with my Tao. Go." Yi Yuan bellowed, his palm plussing toward the sky. The giant sword pierced right through the sky and met with this clap of thunder. This clap of thunder was invisible. 27 power of rules was all in this invisible clap of thunder. Boom. It was only to hear a loud noise. The ocean was directly divided into two halves, deep until the bottom could be seen. Yi Yuan gave fled groan, fresh blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Fine cracks actually appeared on his Tao sword. It. 3-9 Tao Tribulation is too strong. Master, ye can't hold on at all. At this rate, I'm afraid that when the third Tao Tribulation falls, his Tao sword will shatter. Big Yellow said anxiously when he saw the situation. Each and every one of the land of Heavenly South's powerhouses had solemn expressions. Suddenly, Luo Yunqing's expression changed, and he said, "You guys, look, his Tao sword is repairing." Big Yellow took a closer look and said in surprise, He's using the power of rules in the Tao Tribulation to repair the Tao sword and strengthen it. When the Tao Tribulation landed, it naturally would not return to nothingness immediately. The rule fragments would scatter around before becoming one with heaven and earth. Yi Yuan's Tao sword was absorbing these rule fragments to strengthen itself. Very soon, not only was Yi Yuan's Tao sword as good as new, it became even more solid instead. Yi Yuan raised his head to the sky and howled loudly again. As if sensing Yi Yuan's provocation, another series of Tao Tribulation exploded with a loud bang. Yi Yuan raised his sword and charged again. Boom! It exploded again. Yi Yuan's entire body was dyed in blood, but he became more courageous the more he fought. His Tao sword absorbed the rule fragments and solidified again. "Ha ha! You want to sever my road of martial arts? I'll seize your great Tao rules. So, what if it's the road of defying heaven?" Yi Yuan stood proudly in the sky, akin to a fiend letting out a loud laugh. Bang, bang, bang. Bolts of Tao Tribulation, lightning landed, the power becoming stronger each time. But Yi Yuan grew stronger the more he fought. His cultivation realm also advanced crazily in this Tao Tribulation. Not only did the Tao Tribulation not beat him down, it made Yi Yuan achieve success instead. In the sea of consciousness, Mi Tian was staring dumbfoundedly. The road of defying heaven could still be walked like this, seizing the Tao of heaven and feeding it back to himself. This boy is really a wonder. The Tao Tribulation of divergent cultivators is a lot stronger than ordinary martial artists. Each time, it's walking on the edge of death. This boy is good to actually use this kind of method to overcome the tribulation. Mi Tian was rendered speechless, but he knew that even if it's a divergent cultivator, it was virtually impossible to want to achieve this too. Plundering Tao Tribulation fragments. This in itself required an extremely deep understanding of great Tao. These fragments could not be grabbed and used, but needed to be rearranged. Randomly absorbing them, not only would there be no benefits, it would cause great harm to oneself instead. Forget that Yi Yuan was just a measly little saint sovereign heaven. Even a hegemon realm powerhouse might not be able to accomplish it. Boom, boom, boom. Above the sky, claps of thunder fell, each fiercer than the last. But Yi Yuan was akin to a stubborn rock, not budging an inch. Although he was seriously injured after the baptism of Tao tribulation, his cultivation realm obtained rapid growth. Finally, the Tao tribulation seemed to be tired to vanish. Plussing into thin air. Everything returned to tranquility, and Yi Yuan's sword was still pointing to the sky proudly, but his realm improved further and reached middle stage lower saint sovereign heaven. Everyone paying attention to Yi Yuan overcoming the tribulation was completely stunned. Chapter 2783, Go in and play. Chapter 2783, Go in and play. 3-9 Tao tribulation. He transcended it. Wei Cloud muttered under his breath, clearly still not daring to believe it, until now. As seems like it, Saint Exalt Skyfortune murmured. He can't even transform great Tao. How can he possibly transcend 3-9 Tao tribulation? To transcend the 3-9 Tao tribulation, one needs to at least be an upper saint sovereign heaven. Furthermore, an extremely strong existence among upper saint sovereign heavens. Doesn't that mean that he already has this strength? As Saint Exalt Waycloud said, he could not help shuddering. If that was the case, that meant that not only did Yi Yuan's combat power not regress, but it was also even stronger than before. If he fought with Li Chongqing again, Yi Yuan might even be able to confront him head-on. This was scary. Saint Exalt Skyfortune looked at Waycloud and said with a bitter smile, "Have we offended him badly?" The moment these words came out, the Saint Sovereign Heavens present could not help but shudder. Waycloud shook his head and said, "I don't believe that he can still cultivate." Saint Exalt Skyfortune smiled bitterly again and said, "Whether he can cultivate or not, his strength is placed there. There's probably no one stronger than him in our rain-clear continent." Everyone exchanged glances, suddenly feeling at a loss on what to do. On the other side, Saint Exalt Bull Demon and the rest of myriad Demons Mountain Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were also dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan actually really gained a new lease on life. One had to know it was precisely them who threw a rock down the well at the crucial moment. At this time, there was only bitterness left in the hearts of the myriad Demons Mountain Saint Sovereign Heavens. Very soon, the 5 great heavenly regions and myriad Demons Mountains Saint Sovereign Heavens received an invitation. This invitation was inviting them to head to the 7 great sea regions to have a talk. The Saint Sovereign Heavens who received the invitation were all rather baffled. Go to the 7 great sea regions to do what? These Saint Sovereign Heavens were not fools. They knew that Yi Yuan definitely invited them over to demonstrate his martial prowess. However, at this time, they also really wanted to see if Yi Yuan really rose again from the ashes, or he was simply making an empty show of strength. In the sky above the nameless island, sword energy was awe-inspiring. Luo Yunqing felt this sword intent in addition to being overjoyed. There was an additional hint of shock. This sword intent was too pure, too powerful. His strength advanced by leaps and bounds during these over 100 years. But his great Tao transformation was still stagnant at the 3rd floor. But the sword energy on the nameless island was left behind in the 5th form. The disparity between the two could not be measured with distance. I've always been following Lord Jua's footsteps, but I didn't know that he was actually already formidable to such an extent when he left Rain-Clear Continent. Luo Yunqing exclaimed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Shu Bufan is indeed amazingly talented. Therefore, there's already nothing on this tiny little rain-clear continent that can satisfy him. Without opponents, invincibility is the loneliest. Luo Yunqing nodded slightly, deeply in agreement too. Yi Yuan, just how strong is your current strength? Luo Yunqing could not resist asking. After overcoming the tribulation on that day, Yi Yuan did not expose his strength. Luo Yunqing naturally knew what he invited those Saint Sovereign Heavens here for. Therefore, he also really wanted to know how strong Yi Yuan was now. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said smilingly, You'll know very soon. Oh, right, the sword Dao that you walk is quite similar to Zhuo Bufan's. The sword energy that he left behind is helpful to you. You go in and try comprehending on the sword. Luo Yunqing nodded slightly, wielding the sword and entering the island. Luo Yunqing was very strong. He charged right to the depths of the island with one sword by himself, but in the end, he still withdrew in defeat. However, he was not discouraged either. Russ. H.I. plus ing into the depths of the island time, and again. Just like this, a month pa-s, said. And at this time, Wei Cloud and the rest of the Saint Sovereign Heavens also arrived in succession. There were dozens of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in the sky above the nameless island for a time. Wei Cloud looked towards Saint Exalt Bull Demon, open his mouth, and said, Fellow Taoist Bull Demon, someone wants to take so many of us down a notch. Saint Exalt Bull Demon snorted coldly and said, That will also have to depend on whether he has this ability or not. Wei Cloud smiled and said, True. On our two sides, there are no less than 50 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. If he wants to take us down a notch and establish an advantageous position, he'll also have to weigh it over. Previously, they were divided into two camps. Saint Exalt Bull Demon originally looked down on Wei Cloud, they all too. It was not that Wei Cloud they all were weak, but it was that the territorial awareness of true spirit Saint Exalts was extremely strong. They were not willing to interfere in the matters outside of the myriad demons mountain. But now, Yi Yuan broke through, and his strength was unknown. They had no choice but to join hands. Previously, they all targeted Yi Yuan. If they still did not join hands now, then they could only be defeated individually. With over 50 Saint Exalt powerhouses, it was virtually 5 times that of Yi Yuan's side. Furthermore, they even had a large group of middle Saint Sovereign Heavens. They naturally had the confidence. These words were all said for Yi Yuan to hear. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan was as calm as before, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Yi Yuan's attitude made Wei Cloud somewhat irritated. He gave a cold snort and said, Yi Yuan, what did you call us here for? Do you really think that we're scared of you? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said, Brother Luo broke through. Sure enough, in the depths of the island, Luo Yunqing's sword intent surged to the sky, and he actually broke through to the 4th form. 1 month of bitter cultivation was greatly beneficial to him. The faces of Wei Cloud, and the rest could not help changing. Luo Yunqing's great Dao transformation breaking through to the 4th form meant that he had the strength to have a battle with them too. The strength of Heavenly South's Saint Exalts rose a level again. Wei Cloud sneered and said, This is your bargaining chip? What a joke. You take a look first. How many Saint Sovereign Heavens our two sides have? Yi Yuan looked towards Saint Exalt Wei Cloud and said with a smile, Brother Wei Cloud, are you interested in going into play? Wei Cloud was taken aback and said with a cold smile, So what if Shuo Bufan? It's also not that he is here. Could it be that this Exalt is really scared of a stream of sword energy? Very soon, Luo Yunqing came out, excitement on his face. Looking at Wei Cloud and the rest, He was full of fighting spirit. Yi Yuan indicated for him to calm down. Wei Cloud gave a cold snort and leaped, entering the sword energy. Wei Cloud had the intention of showing his strength. The moment he made his move, his momentum was unstoppable. Coupled with the Grand Mist treasure in his hand, his combat power skyrocketed. He entered the depths of the island in one go. After breaking through to Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, Wei Cloud's strength increased greatly too. His strength was even stronger than Luo Yunqing, and he rushed even deeper in. Seeing Saint exalt Wei Cloud's strength, their side also heaved a slight sigh in relief. Their side, together with Saint exalt Bull Demon, and the rest, the Middle Saint Sovereign Heavens, were no less than 10. This force was sufficient to rival Yi Yuan. An hour later, Wei Cloud came out of the island somewhat out of breath. However, he had a proud look. The depth that he made it to was much deeper than Luo Yunqing, and this also demonstrated that his strength was much stronger than Luo Yunqing. Relying on one Luo Yunqing to suppress him? Got to be kidding. How is it Yi Yuan? Wei Cloud looked toward Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile. But Yi Yuan did not answer. He turned to Saint Exalt Bull Demon and said with a smile, "Brother Bull Demon, go in and play too?" Saint Exalt Bull Demon gave a cold snort and flew in too. Chapter 2784. A Game. Chapter 2784. A Game. Within the valley of the island, rumbling sounds lingered incessantly. The expressions of the group of Saint Sovereign Heavens also changed slightly. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was well deserving of being a veteran Saint Sovereign Heaven. His strength was truly shocking, and was actually even stronger than Wei Cloud. After around 2 hours, Saint Exalt Bull Demon also came while panting. Yi Yuan, can this Exalt strength still enter your sights? Saint Exalt Bull Demon said in a solemn voice. In order to show his strength, he risked his old life this time too. The distance that he dashed forward was a great deal more than that of Saint Exalt Wei Cloud. However, this stream of sword energy was really strong. Rainclear Continent's #1 person back then, Zhuo Bufan, was really not for show. Even if it was sword energy that had been left before for tens of thousands of years, he actually could not break through it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Bull Demon's strength is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid that among this Rainclear Continent's true spirits, apart from Big Yellow, you're the strongest." Saint Exalt Bull Demon gave a cold snort, but did not justify anything. Ever since Big Yellow followed Yi Yuan, his strength advanced at a tremendous pace, especially that coquettish profligate hoof. Although the posture was very strange, the power was really strong. If Saint Exalt Bull Demon faced off against Big Yellow, he would most likely lose. Humph! Don't just be all bark and no bite. Yi Yuan, we've already gone down to play. Since you want to take us down a notch, shouldn't you go down and play yourself too? Wei Cloud said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan was not in a hurry either, saying with a smile, "Two fellow Taoists, what do you think about this sword energy?" Saint Exalt Bull Demon snorted coldly and said, "This sword energy is unparalleledly overbearing. The deeper you go, the stronger it becomes. Even if a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven comes, it's impossible to make it through too." Wei Cloud smiled coldly and said, "Zhuo Bufan's work is naturally extremely strong. Within Saint Sovereign Heaven realm, no one can make it past this sword energy at all. However, what does that have to do with you? Don't tell me that this sword energy was left behind by you." Yi Yuan nodded his head as he smiled and said to Luo Yunqing, "Brother Luo, let me borrow your sword." Luo Yunqing directly threw his sword to Yi Yuan without a word. The dragon spring sword had already been completely disintegrated when killing Li Changsheng. Yi Yuan caught Luo Yunqing's sword. No one saw him, make any flashy moves either. It was just a light swing. Boom. The seawater directly had a large gulf being cleaved apart, and this sword directly pa-s, said through the rift area of the island, joining together with Buffon's sword. But very soon, the ocean healed, and everything returned to tranquility, as if nothing had happened. The faces of everyone present changed abruptly. The eyes of Luo Yunqing and Big Yellow, and the others it up. What a powerful sword! This sword of yours actually directly replaced the sword energy left behind by Lord Zhua. This shows that your sword is stronger than Lord Zhua's sword. Luo Yunqing praised heavily. Ho, this sword has experienced several tens of thousands of years. It no longer has the sharpness of back than long ago. I'm afraid that 7 parts out of 10 parts of Buffon's sword is gone, with only 30% of its power left. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yi Yuan was modest, but those present were all powerhouses. How could they not discern this sword's fierceness? Yi Yuan actually used his own sword energy and replaced Buffon's sword energy. Yes, it was replaced. This sword of Yi Yuan's seemed casual, but actually the angle of executing the move completely superimposed with Buffon's sword. But the power was even stronger. Not only did he erase Buffon's sword energy, he even replaced Buffon's sword energy with his own sword energy. What was even scarier was that the 2 islands were not damaged in the slightest. This sword move, the requirement toward the swordsman, was hair-raisingly strict. Even if one's power was sufficient, if there was the slightest mistake, it could only incur derision too. But Yi Yuan did it perfectly. This was an extremely terrifying sword move. The expressions of the Saint Sovereign Heavens present changed one after another. Logically speaking, this sword could only be achieved by great Tao transformation powerhouses. But Yi Yuan clearly did not transform great Tao just now. How could he unleash such a frightening sword? What was even more Ning was that Yi Yuan was too effortless just now. Who knew whether he used his full strength or not? If he did not, then just how strong was his current strength? Wei Cloud, and the rest no longer dared to continue imagining. In front of absolute strength, numbers were merely clay chickens and pottery dogs. Back then, if not for Yi Yuan severely wounding Li Changsheng with Tao Tribulation, even 60 Saint Sovereign Heavens would not be enough. Even if 80 came, it was no use either. Now, this sword of Yi Yuan's was enough to disregard numbers. This opening gambit was really too big. Yi Yuan threw the sword back to Luo Yunqing and said to Wei Cloud, and the others smilingly, "Anyone else going down to play again? This Yi also doesn't know how big the gap is between the sword energy that I left behind compared to Buffon's. I hope that someone can help me appraise it." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed one after another. What was this playing at? Seeing that no one spoke, Yi Yuan smiled and said again, "Just playing a game. As long as you all make it into the rift, our grudges from before will be written off." "How's that?" Wei Cloud's expression turned dark, and he said, "Is this true?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This Yi has always kept my word." Wei Cloud's gaze swept, looking at one of the Saint Sovereign Heaven. He said, "Ming Yi, you go?" Ming Yi's expression changed wildly, and he said, "Based on what that it's me?" Wei Cloud sneered and said, "Based on the fact that your strength is the weakest. Otherwise, you can try fighting us." Saint Exalt Ming Yi was the Saint Sovereign Heaven of a great heavenly sect too. However, he was just a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. His strength was the weakest. He looked towards the other Saint Sovereign Heavens and discovered that Sky Fortune, and the rest seemed to have this intention too. With this, he had no choice. Ming Yi gritted his teeth and said, "All right." Finished saying, he leaped and charged over. As soon as he entered the range of the sword energy, Ming Yi felt that something was not right. This sword energy was too sharp. The sword energy poured over from all directions, virtually leaving him unable to resist. And this was still several tens of thousands of feet away from the rift area. However, he was a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse at any rate, completely unleashed. Plussing his strength, he forcefully shook the sword energy off. Ming Yi went all out and charged toward the rift area crazily. Very soon, Ming Yi was directly minced by the countless sword energy. Cloud and Bull Demon exchanged a glance, their complexions deathly pale. This sword energy seemed to be unusual. No matter how weak Ming Yi was, that was a Saint Sovereign Heaven too. Even if he could not rush over, it was also not to the extent of being garroted at such a far distance, right? Just now, Ming Yi only rushed to 20,000 feet and was annihilated. They could not feel the sharpness of the swift and fierce at all outside. But they were not dumb. The power of Yi Yuan's sword energy was significantly stronger than Zhuo Bufan's sword energy. How did this guy do it? It looks like Saint Exalt Ming Yi's strength is somewhat lacking. Brother Cloud, are you interested in going down to play again? I think that with your strength, it's just about able to make it into the rift. Yi Yuan looked towards Saint Exalt Cloud and said with a smile. Cloud's expression changed wildly. A distance of 20,000 feet. Could he be this much stronger than Ming Yi? He had no confidence. After entering, it was likely difficult to want to come out again. Suddenly, Cloud directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a thud, and he cried tearfully, "Fellow Taoist Yi, I was wrong. As spare my measly life." Chapter 2785. If you had long known what would happen today, why behave like that back then? Chapter 2785. If you had long known what would happen today, why behave like that back then? No one felt that Cloud was disgraceful. This was because each of them was very frightened. The stream of sword energy that Yi Yuan left behind actually directly garroted a Saint Sovereign Heaven. Then how strong was he now? Inestimable. One had to know even the sword energy that Zhuo Bufan left behind could not kill them. Previously, they all thought that Yi Yuan had his road of martial arts cut off, directly exiling him to the land of heavenly south. But now, Yi Yuan experienced 3-9 Dao tribulation and soared to the heavens in one move. Although his cultivation realm did not increase much, his strength made tremendous improvements and already towered above everyone. If he wanted to kill people, no one could escape. Yi Yuan, it was all this Exalt's fault previously. This Exalt was blinded by obsession too. Please forgive me. Saint Exalt Bull Demon also said, fearfully. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this Yi merely invited everyone here to exchange notes on martial Dao. Is everyone thinking too much? All right, the comparing of notes is already pretty much done. Let's go back to our own homes. Brother Luo, Big Yellow, let's go. Finished saying, Yi Yuan ignored the dumbfounded crowd and left straight away. Seeing Yi Yuan disappeared on the horizon, Saint Exalt Cloud's entire body relaxed, his SHI plus RT already drenched. Just now, the pressure that Yi Yuan gave to him was suffocating. What does he mean by this? Could it be that he's letting us off just like this? One of the Saint Sovereign Heavens said with a dazed look, "Let us off." How is that possible? Have you forgotten what he said at the Pill Alliance's Mountain Pass gates? Sky Fortune said with a bitter smile. That Saint Sovereign Heaven's expression changed, and he said, He wants us to hand over the Pill Alliance's fortune with both hands. Upon Sky Fortune's reminder, he remembered too. Yi Yuan once said that in the future, even if they all delivered it in front of him, he would still have to consider it. At that time, Everyone present thought that that was merely just desperately upholding face. That was all. But who knew that in this short few months' time, Yi Yuan's words really came true? Deliver with both hands? Ho-ho, if it was so simple, that would be good. Back then, we directly excluded Heavenly South because of momentary greed. Now, we'll probably have to repay it twofold. Waycloud, you've caused me much harm. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said with a cold snort. Waycloud snorted coldly and said, "Don't forget, your All Saint Temple took 60%. Now, you're criticizing after it's already over?" Saint Exalt Bull Demon said in a great rage, "If not for your beguiling, how could this Exalt have done this sort of thing? Rubbis. H. Plus it was clearly you who coveted the wealth. Now you want to put the blame on me? All right. If you throw to me, Yi Yuan got to accept it too for it to work." Waycloud said without giving in at all. "Enough." Saint Exalt Purple Sun gave a cold yell, saying in a solemn voice, "You all should be content. If not, bearing in mind that we took action against the Pill Alliance and didn't deal a killing blow to him afterward, we'd long be dead. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan is an extremely rule-abiding person. If we didn't discriminate against him afterward and didn't chase the 5 great heavenly sects out of 5 great heavenly regions, he wouldn't do anything to us now. This matter is ultimately us who went overboard. It's too late to say anything now. At this time, we can only each skin our own skunk and show our sincerity. If the sincerity isn't enough, Yi Yuan won't let us off." Finished saying, Saint Exalt Purple Sun leaped and vanished into the horizon. A month later, the remote heavenly South City became lively. One saint sovereign heaven after another stepped into heavenly South City in fear and trepidation. No one dared to step in here via flight. These saint sovereign heavens all landed outside of the city, then walked into the city. "Younger brother Luo, here is all the wealth that our 7-star heavenly sect acquired at the Pill Alliance. We offer them all up now. Apart from these, we even prepared some small gifts. Younger brother Luo, please kindly accept them." At this time, Saint Exalt Waycloud's attitude was very humble. For the sake of the apology this time, the 7-star heavenly sect could be said to have become bankrupt this time. Apart from the wealth obtained at the Pill Alliance, the 7-star heavenly sect even took out more than 70% of their sect's wealth to apologize to Yi Yuan. This could be said to be tried to steal a chicken and ended up losing the rice. Luo Yunqing sat on the seat of honor, his face expressionless, and he did not respond either. Saint Exalt Waycloud was anxious until his forehead was covered in sweat. He knew that he was the most unwelcome one. Wanting to obtain Luo Yunqing's forgiveness was much harder than the rest, but at this time he had no choice. Yi Yuan completely refused to meet him. He could only think of every way possible to satisfy Luo Yunqing. Suddenly he gritted his teeth. Taking out a sword, he offered it up with both hands and said, "This cloud sky sword was gifted by younger brother Yi. Younger brother Luo is still using a heavenly spirit treasure now. Using this sword will be just right." Luo Yunqing did not refuse, playing with the cloud sky sword for a moment. Then he put it away. "The grand miss treasures in your hands were all gifted by Yi Yuan. Now, it's merely returning to the original owner. That's all. Look at how it's making your flesh hurt." Luo Yunqing said with a cold smile. Saint Exalt Waycloud smiled helplessly. He really could not bear to part with it. With a grand miss treasure, his combat power would increase by at least 30%. Now, he actually had to hand it back. He was naturally unwilling. Luo Yunqing glanced at him indifferently and said, "Just these?" Saint Exalt Waycloud hurriedly said, "Of course, there's more. With regards to younger brother Ye's suggestion, we feel that it's very right. Regardless of whether it is native powerhouses or ascenders, those are all heavenly stratum powerhouses and shouldn't make distinctions between each other. From now on, the 7-star heavenly sect will no longer be hostile to ascenders and allow ascenders to enter the sect. In addition, Heavenly South is a tiny place after all. Our various sects have already pulled out of the 5 light heavenly region. We welcome the 3 great ascender heavenly sects to return. The 5 great heavenly sects only had 3 sects that still had Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Presently, only the other 2 sects did not have Saint Sovereign Heavens. They also had merely a few disciples in the sect. They basically only existed in name. The 5 great heavenly sects only had 3 great heavenly sects left now. Luo Yunqing gave him a nonchalant glance and said, "At least you're sensible. Yi Yuan has instructed it. This is the last chance. In the future, if you all still cause problems, bear the consequences yourselves." "Dare not. We dare not." Saint Exalt Waycloud was overjoyed, repeatedly saying that he did not dare, while on the other side, Saint Exalt Bull Demon looked toward Big Yellow and was silent for a long time. If you had long known what would happen today, why behave like that back then? Big Yellow said with a cold snort, "Sigh, this Exalt knows that I was wrong. But now, it's too late for regrets." Big Yellow, looking on the account that you and I, our brothers, help out our myriad demons mountain. Big Yellow was someone who kept old friends. I plus PS in mind, but he was very disappointed in Saint Exalt Bull Demon. Burning the bridge after crossing it, dropping a rock down the well, this was the repayment that Saint Exalt Bull Demon gave Yi Yuan. Humph! If not for Master Yi, could you have overcome the 3rd Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation? The current you would probably have long turned into a pile of dirt. Brothers, that day, in the cave of the Pill Alliance, I begged you bitterly, but did you think of brotherly feelings? Now, you know about brotherhood? Big Yellow said with a cold smile. Saint Exalt Bull Demon nodded and said, "Big Yellow, your choice is correct. However, Myriad Demons Mountain is your hometown. At any rate, you can't very well sively watch it be destroyed, right?" Big Yellow said coolly, "Relax. On account of my face, Master, you won't make things difficult for the Myriad Demons Mountain. However, you all have to conduct yourselves well, because this is the last chance." Chapter 2786, My Backer is Here. Chapter 2786, My Backer is Here. Above the sea, it was calm and tranquil. 1 person and 1 bull were walking on the surface of the sea, strolling leisurely. "Master Yi, is it all right for us to just leave like that?" Now that the Pill Pavilion is strong, Brother Luo's strength left people far behind in the dust and already towers above everyone. Before I left, I also gave Lier they all 3 life-protecting sword energy each. It won't be a problem. True, the Pill Pavilion's status is aloof now. All sects require the Pill Pavilion's help. At least within several hundred years, there won't be any changes. However, since the Pill Pavilion rose up, Rain-Clear Continent's martial path has become more flurries. I+ing. Master Yi made tremendous contributions. Master Yi has put in a lot of hard work for the Pill Pavilion these few years. This is what I promised everyone. I naturally have to do it. Unfortunately, that Pill Alliance's ancient transmission array is actually a one-way teleportation. There are many dangers in the sea. We don't know where we can go to either. Hoo, that Zhuobufan can go. Can't I, Yi Yuan, go? I have a feeling that Zhuobufan must have reached the other side of the side. This 1 human and 1 bull were precisely Yi Yuan and Big Yellow. Over 50 years had already passed said since Yi Yuan compelled the Saint Sovereign Heavens to submission. In the past 50 years, most of Yi Yuan's energy had been placed on the Pill Pavilion. Presently, the Pill Pavilion was already the rain-clear continent's transcendent existence, with countless powerhouses in it. Having obtained the resources of the Pill Alliance, as well as the various sects, Yi Yuan also forcefully increased the strength of Yu Mengli and the others to the realm of Jade Sovereign Heaven. But when he left this time, Yi Yuan only brought Big Yellow with him. The sea was full of dangers. There were probably even true Sovereign Heaven realm sea folks that existed. Although Yi Yuan's strength was strong, if he ran into true Sovereign Heavens, it would really be inadequate. Big Yellow, we've already said through the 7 Great Sea regions. There are probably quite a few Saint Sovereign Heaven existences in the sea region ahead. Let's restrain our auras and keep a low profile, Yi Yuan said. Yes. The sea was vast. The 2 people traveled south all the way and did not even see the shadow of a ghost. However, this place already left the range of the 7 Great Sea regions and reached the depths of the sea. The so-called 7 Great Sea regions were merely the same as the rain-clear continent, being a remote sea region. That was all. This depth of sea was the real crisis lurking in 4 corners. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there were indistinct figures ahead, spiritual energy surging. Clearly, there were powerhouses fighting. Furthermore, they were extremely strong, and the number was a lot. And girl. This time, you can forget about escaping. You big turtle, why do you keep chasing me? Isn't it just a turtle egg? Is there a need? You little wench. Stole your mother's turtle egg and put it in Tiankue, that old fogey's nest. Now, your mother's son is born and doesn't acknowledge your mother anymore. If I don't kill you, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in this exalt's heart. Vile SPAW, and you connected to the Earth's core fire and burned this exalt's dragon palace completely. Arg. This exalt is definitely going to tear you to shreds today. Hey, how would I know that that place links to the Earth's core? It was chaotic ahead. There were probably 30 to 40 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses hunting down one person. Yi Yuan originally did not want to meddle in others' business, but after taking a closer look, he frowned and said, Emen, why does the person that they are hunting down seem to be Jingfei, that S? Without waiting for him to wonder either, the person opposite who was being chased seemed to have seen Yi Yuan already and yelled, Oh, my big brother Yi Yuan, you're here. If you didn't come, Jingfei would be killed by people. Quick, hurry up and come save me. Who could the person being hunted down be if not Jingfei? When Yi Yuan saw this lineup, he could not help being dumbstruck with amazement. Just how many vile deeds did this S commit to actually attract the pursuit of dozens of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses? It was Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses front and back, the speed extremely fast. In a blink, Jingfei arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Swaz. Plus Jingfei hid behind Yi Yuan with a flash and made a funny face at the bunch of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses and said, Humph, my backer is here. See if you all still dare to chase. Keep chasing me, and Big Brother Yi Yuan will beat all of you down. Then she said to Yi Yuan pitifully, Big Brother Yi Yuan, why did you only come now? Sniff, sniff. I've been waiting for you for 10 years. Did you look at how these people bullied me? I was almost killed. Human boy, hand this S over. Otherwise, we'll kill you together. Talk so much rubbish with him for what? Just a human bug. Kill him together. Hoo-hoo, this girlie said that this human is her backer. This girl is using a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven to scare us. Ha ha ha. When these Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses heard that, They all burst out laughing. Yi Yuan looked at Jingfei and could not resist rolling his eyes as he said crossly, "You lot how many things have you done that incurs both the wrath of heaven and men?" The present Jingfei already broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven Realm 2. However, after breaking through, her ability to cause trouble also increased greatly. But Yi Yuan was very surprised. This La S actually waited for him for 10 years. Seriously? Jingfei had an innocent look as she said, "I got bored of waiting for you. I had to find something to do." Yi Yuan's face became black as the bottom of a pot. This was not finding something to do. You're turning this sea region upside down. Looking at these sea folks who were glaring like ravening tigers, this hurdle today was probably not so easy to clear. Yi Yuan said to the group of Saint Sovereign Heavens with clasped hands, "I'm really sorry about it. My sister is young and ignorant, and she offended everyone. This Yi apologizes to everyone on her behalf." Looking on account of this Ye's face, "Everyone, please lift your hand high up in mercy and let her off." A lower Saint Sovereign Heaven dares to sell face to? You really don't know how the word death is written. The large turtle in front said disdainfully, "Your face? How much is your face worth?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This Ye's face should still be worth some money." The large turtle gave a cold snort and said, "Reckless and blind thing. Since you're courting death, then this exalt will send you off." The large turtle roared and charged toward Yi Yuan while swaying its body. Yi Yuan was indifferent and just pointed an ordinary finger out. Bang! The large turtle immediately flew out backward 1,000 feet away. Everyone's expression changed wildly. They knew that this large turtle was Xianming, divine turtle. Her cultivation realm already reached Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. This level of powerhouse was sent flying by Yi Yuan with one finger? G-P-I-S. Sing this exalt off. This boy is a little creepy. Everyone attack together and finish this brat off. Then we kill that little wench. The large turtle roared and charged over again. Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he disappeared from where he was. Bang, bang, bang. In several breaths of time, Yi Yuan threw dozens of punches out. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus it was only to see one figure after another flying out like a fireworks display. Each person was merely one punch. Even Jingfei was dumbfounded from watching too. "Big brother Yi Yuan, how did you become so incredible? He. I can do whatever I want in the future. This young lady wants to see who dares to provoke me." After the surprise, Jingfei clapped her hands in joy. Chapter 2787, Nautical Chart. Chapter 2787, Nautical Chart. Yi Yuan ignored Jingfei and said coolly, "I wonder if this Ye's face is still worth some money? He already showed leniency just now and only sent these people flying. If not, these people would have been killed by him in one exchange." Although he was only a peak lower Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse currently, ever since embarking on the path of a divergent cultivator, his understanding of great Tao became even deeper instead. Every movement and action showed its power even more. Of course, Jingfei, this La S, seemed to be fooling around, but she was not really an idiot either. These Saint Sovereign Heavens that she provoked were actually not considered too strong. If they were too strong, it would also have been impossible for Jingfei to escape from so many people with her life. A giant crab had a fearful look as he said to the large turtle, "Wu Tuan, this boy is so strong." Each and every one of the Saint Sovereign Heavens present was terrified too. Yi Yuan's strength was too strong. Just now, if he dealt a killing blow, they would already be dead. The large turtle snorted coldly and said, "Boy, Do you really want to meddle in the affairs of Qian Kuei Sea region? You have to know, back then, there was a human punk who was pursued tens of millions of miles by our Qian Kuei Sea region and almost died. Yi Yuan's brows could not help raising when he heard it. Could this person be Zhuo Bufan, the Zhuo Bufan, who swept across everything in Rainclear Continent, had this experience too? Hoo, almost died. Didn't he not die? Don't have any doubts. I'll be meddling in this girl's affairs. If you all have anything that you're unhappy about, feel free to come at me. Yi Yuan said coolly. He already showed the other party a lot of face. Since the other party really wanted to form a grudge, they could become enemies then. Yi Yuan, was not even afraid of Heavenly Tao. Could he still be scared of these sea folk? Moreover, Zhuo Bufan could kill his way out. Couldn't he, Yi Yuan, kill his way out? Wu Tuan was furious when she heard that and said, "Very good. Boy, prepare to receive our wrath. Come on." The group of people left with a whiz, while at this time, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and grabbed forward. A tremendous suction force transmitted out. Jingfei, who was just thinking of running away, was directly captured back from the void by Yi Yuan. "Why? You caused trouble, and you still want to slip away?" Yi Yuan said with an unfriendly look. "When did I? I wanted to go scout out the path." Jingfei thickened her skin and said with a smile, "Big Yellow smack the bee, you tox. Hit hard, don't show mercy. This girl's skin is thick." Yi Yuan instructed coolly. Don't. Big brother, Yi Yuan, don't hit me. I only got into big trouble for you. You look." As she said, Jingfei took a sheet of skin out. Yi Yuan received it and took a look. It was a map. This is a nautical chart. Didn't you want to go to the other side of the sea? It's very easy for you to get into trouble by traveling heedlessly like this. You have to know, there isn't just true sovereign heavens in the sea. There are even emperor-level true spirits in some powerful sea regions. No matter how strong you are, it's also impossible to be their match, right? With this nautical chart, you'll be able to avoid those powerful sea regions and will naturally be much safer. Yi Yuan gave Jingfei a strange glance. He did not expect that she actually took this out. Indeed, Yi Yuan was also most worried about precisely this when traveling via sea. The sea was too big, boundless. One would not know where home was. Once Trace-Ba set into some powerful sea regions that would really be dying without knowing how he died. There were many major and minor sea regions marked on this nautical chart, especially some emperor-level sea regions that were marked using red. And this sea region that they were in right now was called Qian Kuei Sea region, a true sovereign-level sea region. There were also more than 10 major and minor true sovereign sea regions around Qian Kuei Sea region. This was also to say that the true sovereign heaven, true spirit sea folk in these sea regions were more than 10. Even true sovereign heavens were numerous, so it could be imagined how many saint sovereign heavens there were in this ocean. The sea was not like land. This place was a vast expanse. When Paes sing through, they would be under the surveillance of the sea race. No matter how exceedingly formidable your means, it was also impossible to avoid the eyes and ears of the sea race. In the sea, there were countless true spirits. Could it be that Yi Yuan could still kill off all the true spirits in the sea? The danger of the sea lay in precisely this. Once an ordinary Saint Sovereign Heaven was targeted by some sea folks if they joined forces and invited several Saint Sovereign Heavens over. How could there be the logic of not dying? How is it? With a younger sister that cares for you, are you very moved? Jingfei said smugly. Yi Yuan put away the nautical chart and said with a cold snort, "Don't give me that. How did you steal people's turtle legs in Paes? Sing when stealing a nautical chart. Also, you pierce through the earth's core and burn people's nests. It's also in order to find the nautical chart. Jingfei hurriedly stuck her tongue out and said, You already know? I'm not deaf. How could I not hear? Yi Yuan said crossly, Forget it. Looking on account of the nautical chart, I'll spare you this time. Hee, big brother Yi Yuan is the best. But why are you here? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Back then, when you transcended the tribulation at sea, Jingfei already knew that you were about to leave. Later, you established the Pill Pavilion on the Rainclear continent, the faction growing stronger and stronger. I knew that you were going to leave very soon. Hence, I came here to wait for you in advance. Heading south all the way after coming out of the 7 Great Sea regions, one will enter the Qian Kuei Sea region. Who knew that I waited 10 years? 10 years. I had to find something to do. Yi Yuan was rendered speechless. This girl, you were really asking for trouble. But thinking about it, Yi Yuan was a little touched in his heart too. While this girl was messing around, finding the nautical chart should be real. You want to leave together with me? Jingfei nodded and said, I've already broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven now. The 7 Great Sea regions have no meaning anymore. The outside world is what's fun. You came out. Then what about the Thistle South Sea region? When you left back then, didn't you leave behind some heavenly pills? Uncle Black Shark already broke through to half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven too. My big brother also broke through to Jade Sovereign Heaven. With them around, it will be fine. Yi Yuan nodded and said, All right, come along with me, then. Jingfei grabbed onto Yi Yuan's arm and swung it hard as she said, Hee, it's still big brother Yi Yuan who's the best. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, Don't be happy too early. This Qian Yixi region is probably not so easy to walk out of. As Yi Yuan expected, after Wu Tuan and the others returned, they immediately went to Qian Kuei Hall. Qian Kuei Sea region's overlord was a Qian Kuei fish that attained Tao. Lord Whalebillow, you have to uphold justice for us. That human punk is bullying people too far. Wu Tian complained tearfully, Lord Whalebillow, my palace has already become ruins. I don't even have a dwelling place anymore now. You have to stand up for this lowly one. A group of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses was currently all extremely grief-stricken as if their parents had died. The Lord Whalebillow that they spoke of was a great general under Qian Kuei, a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven superpower house, his strength being extremely formidable. Whalebillow was originally indifferent, but hearing about Yi Yuan's strength, he nodded and said, Sovereign Qian Yi is currently in close seclusion. You all rest A.S. Short. Stars. H.I. plus any, and I won't sit by idly and remain indifferent with regards to this matter. Chapter 2788. Fierce Battle with the Qian Kuei Sea Clan. Chapter 2788. Fierce Battle with the Qian Kuei Sea Clan. Yi Yuan rode on Big Yellow and strolled leisurely on the sea. The speed was not far, and also not slow. Little dragon girl Jingfei transformed into a flood dragon and circled around above the two people's heads like a jubilant skylark. Very clearly, they did not take those sea folks seriously. Master Yi, is it really fine for us to be so leisurely? Big Yellow said, rather fluid you, tieredly. My goodness, you big yellow bull, why are you so long-winded? My big brother, Yi Yuan, is unparalleled under the heavens. How can these stinky sea folks be his match? Before Yi Yuan said anything, Jingfei interrupted. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Not that we're not running, but that we can't get away even if we run. Since it will be a fight sooner or later, we'll fight then. But if it startles a true sovereign heaven, how can true sovereign heavens be so bored? If they really wanted to take action, Zhuo Bufan would have long died. How could he have possibly been chased down for 10 million miles? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Big Yellow thought about it and felt that it made sense. In the eyes of true sovereign heavens, Saint Sovereign Heavens were merely ant-like existences. Killing a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven did not do much good. How could they really care about such a trivial matter? According to the nautical chart, they only traveled less than half of the distance in the Qian Kuei Sea region. True sovereign level sea regions were too big. It was virtually 10,000 times as large. Even if Yi Yuan pushed on with his journey with all his strength, it would take a year or two as well. There was no way to run at all. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's mind stirred, and he said, "They are here. 2 grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heavens." Big Yellow's body tensed up, preparing for a great battle. After several breaths, the void trembled, and a large group of powerhouses appeared above the sea. After counting carefully, there were roughly 60 over Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, more than twice as many as before. Whale Billow was in the forefront and looked at Yi Yuan and shouted coldly, "Boy, you dare to cause trouble in Qianyi Sea region. Are you tired of living?" This Yi didn't cause trouble. It was just that my younger sister was mischievous. The trouble that she caused, I'll shoulder it. Yi Yuan's words were very flat, but it was extremely domineering. It was naturally impossible to hand Jingfei over. Since that was the case, then he could only shoulder it. Whale Billow sneered coldly when he heard that and said, "A mere lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, can you shoulder it?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Whether or not I can bear it, wouldn't you know after trying it out?" "All right, I'll give it a try then." Whale Billow shouted loudly and threw a punch out with a loud bang. A transformed giant whale directly smashed towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan raised his brows, did not expect that this guy was actually a transformation powerhouse. However, he did not hesitate, similarly throwing a punch out. Boom! The surface of the sea shook. That transformed giant whale was actually dispersed by Yi Yuan with one punch. The exchange of blows between the two actually directly blew those Saint Sovereign Heavens away. It could be seen how strong this force was. Whale Billow's pupils constricted, horrified by Yi Yuan's strength. "It turns out to be a divergent cultivator. No wonder your strength is so powerful." Whale Billow cried out in surprise. Yi Yuan said in surprise, "You actually know about divergent cultivators." Whale Billow had a disdainful look as he said, "What's strange about this? There are countless heavens chosens in the sea. Over time, there will more or less be some people that heaven is jealous of that appear. However, since you've stepped onto this path, your days are numbered too. Hand over that La S. This exalt can let you spend your remaining days in peace." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "My remaining years are very long. There's no need for you to worry about it." Whale Billow laughed loudly and said, "Boy, stop self-hypnotizing. Even if the divergent cultivators in our sea cultivate to true sovereign heaven, they will die miserably under the Tao tribulation in the end, without exception. What right do you have to be an exception?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "My fate is up to me, not up to heaven." Whale Billow sneered and said, "Looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin." Stars, H-I plus N-E, attack together and kill this boy. By the side, stars, H-I plus N-E nodded his head, his figure suddenly flash. H-I plusing and disappearing, while the other Saint Sovereign Heaven quickly retreated. In the next moment, countless star-like motes of light appeared around Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed, feeling a great danger. His figure swayed, wanting to shake off these starlight dots. But right at this time, Whale Billow's giant whale attacked again. This time, Whale Billow did not dare to underestimate Yi Yuan too. He directly used 70% of his strength. 5 giant whales sealed off all of Yi Yuan's escape routes. Boy, even if it's a divergent cultivator, they won't dare to look down on our Qian Kuei Sea region's 5 great war generals too. Go and die. Whale below gave a loud roar, his aura releasing fully. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, a small sword faintly appearing between his eyebrows. He bellowed and bombarded the surroundings frenziedly. At the same time, those starlights suddenly burst apart. Above the sea, it was as brilliant as fireworks. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying explosions completely drowned Yi Yuan. When Big Yellow saw this scene, his pupils constricted too. These 2 great grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heavens, were so strong. Jingfei's complexion turned deathly pale, patting her chest and saying, "It's okay, it's okay. Big brother, Yi Yuan is the strongest. He'll definitely be fine." Humph. D-A-M-N girl, you'd better worry about yourself. The 5 great war generals under Sovereign Qian Kuei's command are all transformation powerhouses. This time, in order to deal with this punk, 2 were dispatched at once. This kid is dead for sure. The large turtle and the others were already too impatient to wait. They charged toward Jingfei, while another group of people also besieged Big Yellow. They were unable to take part in Yi Yuan's battle with the 2 great war generals at all. Too strong. If they entered, they would only be instantly killed. Uft, uft. Wu Tuan's voice had yet to fade when stars, H-I+N-E, and whale below 2 people spurted blood at the same time, their bodies flying out backward. Meanwhile, the place of the original explosion formed a vacuum area with Yi Yuan as the center. Yi Yuan was perfectly unscathed, while stars, H-I+N-E, and whale below 2 people were injured by the backlash. The expressions of the Qian Kuei sea folks present changed one after another. How is this possible? A divergent cultivator can't be so strong either, right? He's just lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. 2 great generals are actually not this boy's match. I heard that a divergent cultivator appeared in 9 Lives Sea region before, but when he was lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, he could at most rival a peak upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. Why is this kid so strong? It was not that there were no divergent cultivators, but they had not seen before such a freak. For ordinary divergent cultivators, being able to jump 2 minor realms and face the enemy was already very impressive. But Yi Yuan directly jumped 3 minor realms to confront the enemy. Furthermore, it was 1-on-2. Furthermore, it was even 2 transformation powerhouses. Those able to rank among the 5 great war generals were extremely powerful people. Qian Kuei Sea region's grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heavens were naturally not just the 5 of them, but the 5 of them were the strongest. But now, 2 people joined forces and actually could not beat Yi Yuan. This was a little scary. D-A-M-N-it. This boy is a 3 laws divergent cultivator. He's too strong. The 2 of us can't resist him. Wu Tuan, you quickly send a message and have Purple Sandal and Soulcut come over too. Whale Billow yelled out. Hearing the yell, Wu Tuan was shocked. This kid was actually already so strong to this extent. It actually needed 4 great transformation experts to deal with him. However, she did not hesitate, plunging into the sea fiercely. A small sword loomed between Yi Yuan's eyebrows. 3 great power of rules operated without ceasing, the momentum seemingly unstoppable. It caused Whale Billow and Stars, H-I plus any 2 people to steadily lose ground. Chapter 2789. A big deal. Chapter 2789. A big deal. Above the sea, soared energy crisscrossed. Stars, H-I plus Ne and Whale Billow, 2 people, were beaten to the point where they kept vomiting blood. Although those Saint Sovereign Heavens who were chasing after Big Yellow and Jingfei avoided the core battlefield, each and every one of them was extremely alarmed. The present Yi Yuan lost his All-Enkampa, Sing Sacred Tree, but he condensed and formed a Tao sword with his own Tao and gained enlightenment on heaven and earth with the Tao sword, perfecting himself. One could say that the Tao sword was another All-Enkampa, Sing Sacred Tree, forcibly condensing the 3 great power of rules together. This was Yi Yuan's own Tao. Especially after the baptism and tempering of the 3-9 Tao tribulation, Yi Yuan's Tao sword became extremely powerful. Activating 3 power of rules with the power of the Tao sword, it was comparable to 3 laws transformation 5th form. In fact, it was even stronger. Therefore, although Saint Sovereign Heaven, this realm span was huge, to Yi Yuan, there were basically no opponents already apart from Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heavens. However, stars, I plus Ne and Whale Billow, 2 people's strengths, were indeed powerful too. They were actually able to last under now at Yi Yuan's hands. How can this boy be so strong? Lord Stars, I plus Ne and Lord Whale Billow almost can't hold on anymore. Why hasn't that Wu Tuan returned yet? If Lord Purple Sandal and Lord Soulcut still don't come, the 2 lords are going to be killed. Girl, don't run if you have the capabilities. Over on this side, Jingfei's speed was extremely fast, slipping away from a group of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. While on the other side, Big Yellow alone restrained 20 to 30 powerhouses, and he also fought while running. The present Big Yellow, his strength already reached Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven, and his combat power was also extremely powerful. If not for there being too many people, he would have long resolved the fight already. You big Dumba. SES, why would I fight you all head-on? After my big brother, Yi Yuan, defeats those 2, he'll naturally come and take care of you guys. Jingfei laughed coyly. The faces of each and every one of the Saint Sovereign Heavens chasing after her became black as the bottom of a pot. What they were worried about was also precisely this. Who would have thought that 2 great generals moved out and could not even take care of Yi Yuan? However, right at this time, 2 powerful auras came from the sea and arrived with a howl. All the Saint Sovereign Heavens were immediately overjoyed. They are here. Lord Purple Sandal and Lord Soulcut are here. 4 great war generals attacking at the same time. This kid is dead for sure. See if you can still be arrogant. Swaz. Plus 2 figures appeared instantly. Looking toward the scene of the battle in the distance, their pupils immediately constricted. Bold little thief, to dare show off your power in our Chien Kue Sea region. Prepare to die. General Purple Sandal yelled angrily and brandished his blade, charging towards Yi Yuan. General Soulcut also directly joined the battle without a word. Bang, bang, bang. The addition of Purple Sandal, 2 people instantly escalated the fight. Above the sea, tumultuous waves were swept up. Many sea folks at the bottom of the sea could not avoid them in time, and were directly blasted out. Regarding 4 great transformation experts, that combat power was not an ordinary kind of terrifying. The 2 who were originally being beaten until they vomited blood repeatedly were also roused at this time. For people completely unleashed their big moves, suppressing Yi Yuan frenziedly. For some time, they actually suppressed Yi Yuan. When Whale Billow saw Yi Yuan being suppressed, he immediately said with a loud laugh, "For out of the 5 great war generals moved out, boy, you can be sufficiently proud." Yi Yuan formed a sword with his finger and fired out one terrifying three-laws sword energy after another, but his words were calm as he said, "This Yi is merely Pa-S, sing by, and doesn't want to clash with everyone. Keep fighting like this, and I won't be holding back anymore. Do you all really want to force me?" Purple Sandal smiled coldly and said, "Boy, can't beat means you can't beat. Opening your mouth to beg for mercy now? It's too late." Whale Billow smiled and said, "Boy, I gave you a chance previously. It's too late to beg for mercy now." Yi Yuan's kindly persuasion turned into begging for mercy when the four great generals heard it. Currently, in this sort of situation, Yi Yuan could still have reservations. But keep fighting like this. Once his combat power was unleashed, he would not be able to hold back anymore. But it looks like these sea folks did not intend to stop either. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and yelled coldly, "Universe sword formation, condense!" The small sword at Yi Yuan's glabella suddenly emitted a powerful light. Hundreds of small swords instantly condensed and formed in the air. Yi Yuan condensed transformed swords with divine essence and formed the universe sword formation. The current Yi Yuan did not cultivate a world. He only cultivated the Tao sword. His world collapsed. All of the divine essences were stored in the Tao sword. The Tao sword was where Yi Yuan's foundation lay. If the sword existed, the person lived. If the sword perished, the person would be dead. Once the universe sword formation was unleashed, it instantly enveloped the four great war generals. The faces of the four great generals changed at the same time, each and every one of them feeling a great danger. As soon as the sword formation rose, the four people were directly split apart, each fighting for themselves, and the pressure suddenly increased. In merely a blink of an eye, the situation reversed again. The other Saint Sovereign Heavens were immediately dumbfounded. This, he still has a trump card. What a strong sword formation. The four lords utilized great Tao transformation and are actually unable to break out of the encirclement. Even four great generals can't do anything to this kid. What to do? Everyone also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually powerful to such an extent, for out of 5 great generals moved out and were still suppressed by Yi Yuan. Didn't this mean that in the entire Qian Kuei Sea region, apart from sovereign Qian Kuei, Yi Yuan could sweep away all? When Jingfei, who was currently running away, saw the sword formation rise, she immediately laughed loudly and said, "Big brother Yi Yuan is too impressive. See, if any of you still dare to bully me, I'll make Big brother Yi Yuan take care of you in a while." The sea folks were really going crazy. This girl was really too arrogant, yet they could not do anything to her. D-A-M-N-La-S. Don't get smug. After Sovereign Qian Kuei makes a move, you all will die without a burial ground. Wu Tuan said furiously when she saw the situation. She had just invited 2 great generals over, thinking that the battle could be reversed instantly, completely quelling things. Who knew that she had not caught her breath yet, and Yi Yuan suppressed the 4 great generals again. Yet, this girl was still pulling aggro. She wished to tear this girl to pieces alive. Jingfei made a funny face at her and said smugly, "Rubbish. H. Plus, if Sovereign Qian Kuei is really going to make a move, he would have long taken action. Would he still wait until now? Hee, you big turtle, I'm going to ride you and look at the sea. If you dare to be disobedient, I'll hit you until your head retracts. If you're still disobedient, I'll make Big Brother Yi Yuan beat your head out." Hearing Jingfei's words, Wu Tuan almost went crazy. If it were normal times, she would just treat it as a joke. But now, there was really the possibility. At the thought of being toyed around by this S, she even had the heart to die. What are you all still in a daze for? The 4 of us aren't his match. Go and call some people over for me. quickly return to Qian Kuei Hall. Raise the alert to the highest level in the entire Qian Kuei Sea region. Go tell Yun Yang. Have him go invite the war generals of the nearby 3 great sea regions over. On the battlefield, a loud yell suddenly came from Whale Billow. Clearly, he was genuinely enraged. It was not that he could not accept failure. It was just that with the entire Qian Kuei Sea region being challenged by a human punk, wouldn't it be treated as a joke in the various major sea regions in the future? Therefore, Yi Yuan must die today. The expressions of the Saint Sovereign Heavens present changed one after another. With this, it became a big deal. Chapter 2790, Reaching the Limit of Patience. There's no need to tolerate anymore. Chapter 2790, Reaching the Limit of Patience. There's no need to tolerate anymore. What did you say? Whale Billow, the 4 of them are not that human's match. When Yun Yang heard about this kid, he suddenly stood up, a look of disbelief in his eyes. Wu Tuan's turtle face was almost squeezing into a ball as she said bitterly, "Yes, Lord Yun Yang. Lord Wei Cloud asked you to move faster. Any slower, and they won't be able to withstand anymore." Yun Yang felt like he was listening to a book from heaven, with 4 great war generals going into battle together. Unless it was a war between sea regions, it was completely impossible. 5 great war generals each ruled a region. They were all existences who had millions under them and only one person above them. To be able to make them join forces, what kind of terrifying strength did that require? A human lower Saint Sovereign Heaven actually forced the 4 people to do this. Lord Sovereign is currently in close seclusion to deal with the true sovereign Tao tribulation. He can't get away. Inviting the war generals of other sea regions to take action will definitely cause us to bleed. Yun Yang called 3 people over and instructed, "The 3 of you go to Ding Xiang Sea region and Pei Yun Sea region right now. You must invite 2 general-level powerhouses to take action. As for the price, as long as they are willing to take action, each person will have 3 sea soul pills." Everyone's expressions changed, and they cried out in surprise, "Sea soul pill? Your Excellency, sea soul pills has to do with entering true sovereign heaven. Isn't this too costly?" Yun Yang waved his hand and said, "How can true sovereign heaven be so easy to enter? Sea soul pills can strengthen the origin divinity and greatly increase the chances of breaking through to true sovereign heaven. But that's all. With these guys' shrewdness, would they be willing to make a move if we don't pay the price? All right, you guys go. If Lord Qian Kuei really blames, this exalt will shoulder it." Yin Yang already said so. They naturally did not dare to say any more. After the 3 people left, Yun Yang Pa S. said the order, commanding all of Qian Kuei Sea region's Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heavens to all rush to the battlefield. Anyone who defied the order would be executed without pardon. After the order was Pa S. said, Yun Yang brought Wu Tuan as well as 7 to 8 Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heavens. They whizzed away to the battlefield. Lord Yun Yang is here too. This is the entire Qian Kuei Hall swarming out in full force. Could it be that so many people can't take this kid down too? Seeing the battlefield getting bigger and bigger, the expressions of the Saint Sovereign Heavens present changed one after another. They originally thought that it was just a trivial matter. Just killing a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. How major could it be? But now, it actually caused the Qian Kuei Hall to emerge in full force. Feeling more and more powerful auras, Yi Yuan felt a headache too. He already showed mercy in his action, all right? Could it be that these sea folks were all lunatics? If he did not kill people, did they really take him to be a soft persimmon? If not for being apprehensive of true sovereign heavens, he would not care about these sea folks' life and death. The reason why he showed mercy was merely because he did not want to offend true sovereign heavens terribly. But now, They were bullying others too far. Yun Yang brought 7 to 8 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens and joined the battlefield. Yi Yuan's pressure suddenly increased. He exclaimed, "Everyone, this Yi has already shown mercy. Can't you really not tell? If you keep plussing me like this, don't blame this Yi for not being courteous anymore." 8 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens, plus 5 grand completion transformation realms. This combat power could already be called terrifying. Yi Yuan was strong, but it was also impossible to be so strong. At this time, he already had his full strength being forced out too, and was unable to hold back anymore. What was left was a life and death battle. Yi Yuan did not want to offend a sea region to the core, but these guys were bullying people too far. The trouble that Jingfei caused was not small, but later on, he also asked about it. It was not really a serious matter. There was no need to be irreconcilable till death. It was also precisely because of this that he had been pulling his punches all along. Otherwise, at the beginning, Yi Yuan could have directly employed the universe sword formation and annihilated Whale Billow and stars. Plus any. Boy, it's also not that we can't stop. As long as you hand over that girl, everything can be discussed. Otherwise, my Qian Kuei Sea region's face won't tolerate a human like yourself to provoke like this. Whale Billow also shouted. In reality, they were scared too. The Partic, 1 P. Asian of Yun Yang, and 8 great grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens merely fought to a draw with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's sword formation was seriously unbelievably strong. But now, the arrow was notched on the bow and had no choice but to release it. If they could not keep Jingfei behind, they were seriously unable to give an explanation. Both sides stuck to their guns, just like that. Over there, Jingfei, who had been rejoicing all along, also could not laugh anymore with this. No matter how mischievous she was, she also knew that she caused big trouble this time. How could she have thought that the momentary mischievousness previously would have caused the entire Qian Kuei Sea region to riot? This joke blew up a little too big. Big brother, Yi Yuan, why don't you hand Jingfei over? Sniff, sniff. I was wrong. Jingfei cried while running. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "What a joke. If the sky falls, I'll shoulder it. Big Yellow, there are more and more of them. You quickly bring Jingfei south and break out of the encirclement. I'll rush over very soon." "Yes, Master Yi." Big Yellow felt a headache too, Wisconsin H. Plussing to smack Jingfei to death with one slap. This La S. S was too capable of causing trouble. However, Big Yellow had been together with Yi Yuan for a long time, and he already understood Yi Yuan's temper very well. At this time, he absolutely would not abandon his companion and leave. When Yi Yuan was holding back, previously he was naturally holding back too. The coquettish profligate, Hoof, did not erupt with full power. At this time, he no longer held anything back. With a roar, his body suddenly started twisting strangely. Boom! A kick thrust out. The 3 to 4 middle Saint Sovereign Heavens in front were directly burst apart by him, carving open a B, L, O, O, D, Y path. Big Yellow headed straight for Jingfei. With another hoof kick, it sent those Saint Sovereign Heavens chasing after him flying. Then he took Jingfei and sprinted south. "Chase, you must keep that La S behind for this exalt. Yuanchen, you go and help kill that bull." Whale Billow bellowed, ordering one of the grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens to get out of the battlefield and pursue. When Yi Yuan heard that, a hint of cold light flashed across his eyes, and he yelled coldly, "This Yi wants to see who can leave. Kill." At this time, Yi Yuan was genuinely enraged too. It was only to see him yell fiercely. The universe sword formation suddenly became fierce. Previously, he had always been focusing on defense. Offense was secondary. Now, he could not care less anymore, directly turning the universe sword formation into a killing move. For a time, cold light erupted brilliantly. That Yuan Chen was just about to leave the battlefield when he was directly pierced by dozens of sword lights falling into the sea. This was Yi Yuan's first time employing a killing move. However, as soon as the killing move came out, Yi Yuan's defense was greatly weakened too. After all, they were 5 great transformation experts present. Under this blow, he suffered some injuries too. Seeing Yi Yuan suddenly become fierce, wail billow, and the rest were greatly shocked. Only then did they know how terrifying the power of this sword formation was. Before, Yi Yuan was really holding back too much. Otherwise, if they came one by one, they would have died long ago. But once Yi Yuan's killing move was unleashed, and once a grand completion Saint's sovereign heaven fell, this matter really could not be resolved anymore. Whale Billow shouted loudly, "Boy, you dare to kill people! Today, it's irreconcilable till death." Yi Yuan's gaze turned fierce, and he said with a cold snort, "Do you all really think that I'm scared of you?" This he gave in time and again, but you all keep pus. I plusing it, reaching the limit of my patience. Then there's no need to tolerate anymore. Chapter 2791, Fighting His Way Out. Chapter 2791, Fighting His Way Out. Move. Yi Yuan shouted fiercely, controlling dozens of flying swords to kill a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse again. At this time, Yi Yuan already slew 3 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens. But in the time that he killed these 3 people, another 5 came one after another. These 5 people were all grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. However, Yi Yuan was not afraid, urging the universe sword formation to the extreme. After fighting fiercely for a long time, the 5 great war generals were long already a spent force. At this time, they could only barely manage to resist. If it dragged on a while longer, he might not be unable to kill 1 or 2 of them. Summing when not killing, but when he went on a killing spree, then he would kill until the other party got chills. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. After all, this place was a large sea region, with countless powerhouses. Human boy, you slaughtered my Qian Kue Sea region's powerhouses. I'll definitely flay your skin and pull out your tendons today. Yun Yang roared angrily, helplessly watching 3 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens die. In front of them, these people became even crazier. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Today's battle." This he showed leniency time and again. "It was you all who kept pus. I plussing me. Now, you're blaming this Yi for killing people. Ho-ho, do you really think that I'm scared of you all? Once slaughter starts, I'll go on a killing spree, then." As he said, Yi Yuan urged the sword formation and rushed toward sword formation frenziedly. Among this group of people, stars. I plus NE was the most heavily injured and was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Want a kill, then it was naturally him. Of course, fighting until now, Yi Yuan's injuries were not weak either. But compared to his opponents, it was still within an acceptable range. Why aren't those guys here yet? When Whale Billow saw that stars, I plus NE was almost unable to withstand. He was anxious until his face contorted. But the current Yi Yuan completely had a reckless fighting style that disregarded his life. His offensive power was extremely fearsome. Being in the sword formation, there was no leeway for him to be distracted. Just as they were fighting fiercely, several powerful auras suddenly arrived with a howl. When Whale Billow and the rest felt this aura, they were instantly ecstatic. "Ha ha! Kid, The 6 great war generals in the nearby 3 Great Sea regions are about to arrive soon. This time, see if you still won't die. Whale Billow said with a wild laugh. Yi Yuan naturally felt these powerful auras too, and he was also slightly surprised in his heart. So many general powerhouses. He could not bear it too. Once surrounded, it would really cost him a layer of skin, even if he did not die. Is that so? Then you all have a batch die first before talking. As he said, Yi Yuan suddenly formed a seal. Hundreds of sword lights, all pierced toward stars. H, I, plus any with a whistle. Stars. H, I, plus, and he only felt that it was all sword light blotting out the skies and covering the earth. There was nowhere to evade at all. Stars. H, I, plus any. Whale Billow roared loudly, but it was already too late to want to save. In desperation, the martial techniques of Whale Billow and the rest smashed towards Yi Yuan frenziedly. Yi Yuan had long expected it, spatial rule instantly unfolding. However, it was the joint attack of 4 great war generals. The power was too terrifying. Boom, boom. 2 explosions sounded out, stars. H, I, plus NE and the grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven beside him were directly blown into nothingness by Yi Yuan without the slightest resistance. Swaz. H, plus, and right at this time, an afterimage streaked across the sky. Yi Yuan actually took advantage of this interval and flew away. But at this time, Yi Yuan's abdomen was empty. Flesh and blood actually could not even be seen. This strike earlier, he avoided the vitals, but he still could not completely avoid it in the end. D, AM, and it, that boy is seriously injured. Chase after and kill him. Yun Yang yelled, a group of people chasing after Yi Yuan frenziedly. Among the 5 people, Whale Billow was the closest to stars. H, I, plus any, now stars. H, I, plus NE was killed. Whale Billow was furious to the extreme. Motherf asterisk cur. This kid sustained such heavy wounds, but he can actually still run so fast. Don't let your father catch up, if you have the ability. Yi Yuan was severely injured at this time. Even his speed slowed down too. However, he already swallowed 2 grade 5 heavenly pills. His injuries and divine essence were in the midst of recovering rapidly. These 2 grade 5 heavenly pills were precisely grade 5 true grade heavenly pills. The recovery power was extremely shocking. In the past few decades, Yi Yuan put most of his energy on alchemy. He devoted himself to studying the 100 Herbs Il.U.S. Trothead Handbook, as well as the Alchemy Tao records obtained from the Labyrinth Divine Palace. At present, his Alchemy Tao already improved further, although grade 5 heavenly medicines were precious. Since Yi Yuan was heading out, it was naturally impossible not to make any preparations. Otherwise, in the vast sea, he would be exhausted to death by people too. Yun Yang and the rest were all grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Their speed was naturally not slow. It looked like the distance from Yi Yuan was dwindling little by little, but very soon they discovered that the aura on Yi Yuan's body grew stronger and stronger, and his speed got faster and faster. At this moment, Whale Billow and the others could not help but want to curse and swear. F.U.C. King H.E.L.L. Is this kid immortal? Why is he recovering so fast? Brat, don't run if you have the capabilities. Whale Billow stomped his feet in annoyance. Only a moron would not run. Dawdling with you here, to wait for death? But Yi Yuan felt that there were more than 10 powerful auras currently howling over from several directions ahead. Among them, there were 6 powerhouses who were not weaker than Whale Billow and the other powerhouses who were currently Russ. H, I, plussing over swiftly. Yi Yuan naturally planned it out when he chose to break through the encirclement at this time. Being heavily injured, he was unable to face 10 great grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven transformation powerhouses. He would be biting off more than he could chew. Once surrounded by them, then he would really be unable to bear the consequences of failure. Ahead, 6 powerful auras already got closer and closer, their figures already appearing in the horizon. Whale Billow was overjoyed when he saw the situation and said, "Bing Chun, Zhou Lin, Fei Yin, delay this punk. Don't let him run away." The powerhouse called Bing Chun said with a loud laugh, "Whale Billow, your Qian Kuei region is too weak. So many people besieging a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, and you actually let him run away. Haha, want us to act? Sure. Add another soul pill each." Zhou Lin took the opportunity to extort. Whale Billow did not have time to bargain with him, and immediately said, "No problem. Attack for me." Bing Chun laughed loudly and said, "Brat, you, a human, actually dare to act wildly in the sea region. You're really tired of living. Stay behind obediently. Your Lord Bing will use you to trade for soul pills." Done talking, the 6 people's auras released, transformation martial techniques SMAs. Plussing over towards Yi Yuan crazily. With 6 great transformation powerhouses making a move, how shocking was the commotion? At this time, Yi Yuan's injuries were already 60% recovered. The large hole in his abdomen pretty much recovered already too. Facing the pincer attack of 6 great powerhouses, he did not reduce his speed, but divine essence erupted instead, his speed skyrocketing. When Whale Billow saw this scene, his pupils could not help constricting, and he cried out in shock, "Be careful! This boy's sword formation is extremely formidable." Stars. Plus any already died at his hands just now. Bing Chun and the rest were naturally not fools. Just now, they only had the intention of nauseating Whale Billow and the others. Before coming, they were already aware of it. Furthermore, for a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven to be able to escape from the hands of 5 great transformation powerhouses, it indicated a lot of things in itself. Therefore, they did not hold back on this strike, but called forth all their power. However, hearing that stars, plus any actually died, these people were still shocked. But at this time, they already clashed in close quarters. Yi Yuan ignored the rest and rushed straight for Zhou Lin, his speed swift to the extreme. Just now, when he suddenly accelerated, he actually barely managed to avoid the 6 people's combined attack. And at this time, Universe Sword Formation emerged in full force. Die! Yi Yuan roared, countless sword lights sweeping toward Zhou Lin. Enit! Save me! Zhou Lin's expression changed wildly, wanting to avoid Yi Yuan. But it was already too late. Both parties' speed was too fast. Describing it was slow. But actually, it was merely a blink of an eye, and both parties already clashed in close quarters. Boom! A terrifying explosion transmitted out of the void. Zhou Lin instantly turned to ashes under this blow. A streak of flowing light cut across the sky. Yi Yuan actually forcefully killed his way out amidst the encirclement of 6 people. However, Yi Yuan was not any better. The combined attack of 6 great transformation experts. He did not defend at all either. It could be seen how terrifying this attack was. He only avoided the core of this strike, but ultimately he was unable to completely avoid it. Chapter 2792. If this exalt says that I'll protect you, then I'll protect you. Chapter 2792. If this exalt says that I'll protect you, then I'll protect you. Shaoqing, didn't you say that the sea is full of dangers? Why does it seem to be just like that when we walked all the way? Reputation isn't as good as meeting in the flesh. Maybe The true spirits in the sea are all very friendly? Amen. What you said is right. Sai, this exalt has been invincible in the Yuchi continent far too long, and is seriously a little bored. Otherwise, I really couldn't quite bear to leave. Master is amazingly talented. Your apartment, tude reigning the present era. A tiny little Yuchi continent can't accommodate Master anymore. Being able to follow Master to take a look at the world outside is Xiao Qing's paramount honor. Hoo-hoo, Xiao Qing has discerning eyes like burning torches. This exalt just likes this about you. Xiao Qing, do you think that Master, I can also reign the contemporary era when I go outside? That's a certainty. Master will definitely find lucky chances very soon and break through to true sovereign heaven. Then you'll ascend to the summit again and look down proudly on the present era. Haha, I think so too. It's just that this sea is vast and a little boring. A youth in an azure SHI plus RT rode a black ox and was currently strolling on the surface of the sea, enjoying it very pleasantly like he was on a vacation. The youth in a green SHI plus RT had a look like only he was invincible, and the loneliness of an expert. However, his aura was indeed very powerful. He was actually a grand completion saint, sovereign heaven powerhouse. The black bull under his seat was also initial stage upper saint sovereign heaven. This kind of strength, even when placed in the sea, it was rather strong too. Therefore, it was still considered peaceful traveling all this way. The youth was called Yang Qing, the Yuchi continent's strongest powerhouse, similarly to the Zhuobufan back then. However, he no longer had room for improvement on Yuchi continent. That was why he would leave to search for the opportunity to break through to true sovereign heaven. Suddenly, there was an undulation in the void far away. The lethargic Yang Qing suddenly became excited. There's someone. Traveled for a year, already finally met a living person. Only lower saint sovereign heaven. And he actually dares to come to the sea. That's pretty gutsy. Xiao Qing, go over. Yang Qing patted Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing understood, and his figure moved, going up to greet. Very soon, a figure appeared in Yang Qing's field of vision. It was a young man in a white SHI plus RT. Little brother, the sea is vast. How about we become companions? Yang Qing called out loudly. Yi Yuan, who was currently flying away swiftly, his expression could not help becoming a little strange when he heard the call. This guy wanted to become buddies and travel together with him? Tired of living, right? No need. Each goes his own way. Yi Yuan said coolly. Yang Qing was not angry either, keeping up with Yi Yuan's footsteps, and said with a smile, Little brother, I see that your strength isn't strong. If you come with me, your safety will be guaranteed too. But your speed is pretty fast. Yi Yuan gave Yang Qing a glance, rather surprisingly too. This guy could actually keep up with his speed. However, he was also very surprised to run into a human here. Looking at the other party, he also guessed a little. He probably set out to sea to look for lucky chances. If you're not afraid of death, just follow me, Yi Yuan said indifferently. Afraid of death? Ha, little brother, you must be joking. I, Saint Exalt Azure Sky, am invincible under the heavens, unless a true sovereign heaven acts. Otherwise, this exalt will keep you safe. Yang Qing said with a loud laugh. The large black bull also said, Young one, relax. Master strength sweeps across the present era. Even if 5 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens come, they're not his match either. Protecting a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven like you is too effortless. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. This guy was overly confident, right? Was this hypnotizing himself? that he was really invincible under the heavens. If there wasn't a group of troops in pursuit behind me, I could slap you to death right now. Do you believe it or not? Yi Yuan did not pay attention to these two living treasures and flew without any care, urging his speed to the extreme. Ho-ho, little brother, this sea is so vast. Why are you in such a hurry? Why not slow down and enjoy the scenery of nature a little? It's conducive to the improvement of Realm 2, Yang Qing said with a smile. Yi Yuan was speechless. Little brother, you're very cold. Let this exalt tells you. It's very hard to achieve great Tao with this kind of mentality. There aren't as many dangers as you think in the sea. Even if there are, you should also look at it with a smile. Yi Yuan was speechless. Little brother, Yang Qing was also bored for too long. Finally, having found someone to talk to, his entire person became a chatterbox. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pay attention to him, but he was also somewhat surprised at the other party's strength. Even if it was grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven, there were not many capable of keeping up with his speed too. Suddenly, his expression changed. 5 powerful auras ahead came to intercept. He detected it. Yang Qing naturally perceived it too. Are these sea race powerhouses? After traveling for so long, it's still this exalt's first time encountering sea race powerhouses. Let's go and say hi, Yang Qing said rather excitedly. Yi Yuan was speechless again. How exhausting. How did this guy cultivate to his current realm? In virtually a blink of an eye, the 5 auras already arrived with a howl. These 5 people were shockingly all general-level powerhouses. Yang Qing did not wait for the other party to speak either, directly going up to greet as he said with a smile, "Oh, gentlemen are sea race powerhouses, right? This exalt is Yuchi Continent's #1 person, Saint Exalt Azure Sky. Today, I'm fortunate to get acquainted with you. You're together with this punk?" A sea race powerhouse in the forefront directly interrupted Yang Qing's words and asked coldly. Yang Qing smiled and said, "Of course we're together." Yi Yuan could not let out a single word. He was really speechless. This guy was really bold enough. Couldn't he tell whether it was good or bad words? "Kill!" The sea race powerhouse roared, 5 people directly going all out and suppressing Yi Yuan 2 people. Yang Qing was taken aback. Before he could react to what was going on, the other party already acted. However, he was well deserving of being Yuchi Continent's #1 person. He suddenly slammed a punch out and actually reached first despite launching later, directly repelling the 2 people in front. And Yi Yuan also released the Universe Sword formation and clashed together with 3 people. How could the large black bull dare to take part in such a grand battle? It ran away with a whoosh. My goodness, is there some misunderstanding, gentlemen? Yang Qing fought as he said, "No misunderstanding." That general in the forefront yelled, "But this exalt didn't provoke you all." Yang Qing said in puzzlement, "You didn't, but he did." "Hey, little brother, just how did you provoke them?" Yang Qing could not resist looking towards Yi Yuan and could not help getting a shock. Yi Yuan fought 1-on-3 and actually suppressed the other party. These 3 people were all transformation experts. Just now, he actually looked down on this kid. A lower Saint Sovereign Heaven actually suppressed 3 great transformation powerhouses. This boy was actually even more monstrous than him. "It's nothing. I just killed a few people," Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment Yang Qing heard this, he said, "Oh, it's merely 5 transformation experts. There won't be a problem if we join forces. This exalt says that I'll protect you. Then I'll protect you." After saying this, Yang Qing released his aura and beat the 2 people until they steadily lost ground. But in this short delay, several dozen powerful auras in the rear arrived with a howl. All of them were grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven experts. When Yang Qing saw the situation, his scalp could not help tingling, and he cried out strangely, "Kid, just how many freaking powerhouses did you provoke?" Chapter 2793, Sudden Counterattack. Chapter 2793, Sudden Counterattack. It's also not a lot. I've killed people from the 4 Great Sea regions. Now, the 4 Great Sea regions, powerhouses, are all on the way to hunt me down. Oh, these 4 Great Sea regions overlords are all true sovereign heaven powerhouses. Yi Yuan's hands did not slow down as he said, coolly. Yang Qing only felt his scalp tingle, feeling speechless. True sovereign heaven powerhouse. Just now, he was still saying that he would protect Yi Yuan under true sovereign heaven. But now, this fellow really provoked true sovereign heavens. Who am I? Where am I? Aren't I invincible? Hurry up and break out of the encirclement. We won't be able to run if we're surrounded. Yi Yuan shouted loudly, universe sword formation suddenly erupting, inflicting heavy wounds onto someone by trading injuries, and flying away once more. Wait for me. Yang Qing sent the 2 people flying with 1 punch and chased after Yi Yuan. Xiao Qing was sharp too. Das. Plussing under Yang Qing's crotch with a lunge. You're still following me? Yi Yuan said in surprise. They already think that I'm together with you. Little brother, you're a formidable figure to actually be able to cause an uproar in 4 Great Sea regions. I feel that we're kindred spirits. Yang Qing said in admiration. Yi Yuan was speechless. Who was freaking kindred spirits with you? However, with such a powerhouse following, it could share quite a bit of pressure, so Yi Yuan was not long-winded either. Behind them, Whale Billow shouted loudly, "Punk who's surnamed Yi, you can't escape." The powerhouses of 3 Great Sea regions ahead are already all Russ. Plussing over towards this side. This group of people had already chased Yi Yuan for 3 days and 3 nights. Yi Yuan already killed more than 10 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses as he moved. Among them, he had killed the war generals of 4 Great Sea regions. It was also because of this that Yi Yuan completely triggered an uproar in the 4 Great Sea regions. All of the 4 Great Sea regions' powerhouses swarmed out in full force, carrying out obstructions and intercepting him. The fights along the way were like just now. Yang Qing just happened to run into Yi Yuan during the interval of pursuit. What surprised Yi Yuan was that beyond the shock, Yang Qing was actually rather excited to encounter this kind of situation. This guy's brain had a problem, right? As for the Whale Billow at the back, Yi Yuan directly ignored him. Little brother, there's no meaning in running like this. Why don't we join hands and pull off a big play? How about it? Ha ha, really haven't had such a thrilling thing for a long time. Yang Qing actually giggled. He had been invincible on the Yuchi continent for too long. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, thinking to himself that this Yang Qing's strength was extremely formidable, fighting 1-on-2 with great ease. If he joined hands with him, they could pull it off. Continue running like this was not a solution either. Okay, Yi Yuan said straightforwardly. Yang Qing said excitedly, "How do I address little brother?" Yi Yuan. Younger brother, yes, sword formation is very formidable. You use the sword formation to cover me. Let's do a sudden counterattack. No problem. Yang Qing was taken aback and said, "You trust me so much? Aren't you scared that I sell you out?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You can't sell me." Yang Qing laughed and said, "All right, domineering enough. You have the style of me, Saint Exalt Azure Sky. Kill." Yang Qing roared, his figure suddenly shooting backward, charging toward the crowd. With the delay just now, both sides' distance was already extremely near. The moment he turned back, both sides directly fought in close quarters. The group that was pursuing them already reached more than 30 people. Adding in those few war general powerhouses earlier, The other side's transformation experts now were as many as 13 people. This force was absolutely extremely terrifying. Yi Yuan displayed spatial rule, his figure turning around by defying common sense, and was actually even faster than Yang Qing. But at this time, the long spear in Yang Qing's hand shook, and Astoni's H.I. plussing momentum rising to the sky. At this moment, Yi Yuan felt it too. This Yang Qing was a two-laws transformation. However, this guy perfectly fused spear Dao and destruction Dao together. Before the long spear was unleashed, everyone already felt a destructive power, and the grand mist treasure long spear in Yang Qing's hands actually turned false and real, the imposing momentum condensing without scattering. Clearly, Yang Qing was a superpower house in the spear path. The team that was pursuing was chasing after with all their might. Clearly, they did not expect that these two people still dared to deal a sudden counterattack. With this, they were caught off guard. Tyrant spear. Yang Qing shouted loudly, the long spear piercing through the head of the war general who was in his face like a rainbow. Tyrant spear? B-A-S-T-A-R-D spear 1? Why did this guy feel so unreliable? However, his strength was extremely strong. Universe sword. Yi Yuan also shouted fiercely, similarly finest. H.I. plussing off a war general powerhouse. One exchange, 2 general-level experts fell. The group that was chasing them was immediately dumbfounded. However, Whale Billow and the rest had seen before grand spectacles too. They woke up extremely quickly. Kill. Don't let these 2 punks run. Must kill them. Whale Billow growled. There was no need for him to instruct them. There were already countless attacks that smashed toward the 2. The A.S. Salt earlier. The 2 people directly disrupted the other party's formation. At this time, as soon as Yi Yuan released the Universe Sword formation, it directly enveloped dozens of people inside, helping Yang Qing to block most of the attacks. While Yang Qing's long spear had an unstoppable momentum, piercing through another ordinary grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven with 1 spear again. D-A-M-N it! D-A-M-N it! Surround the 2 of them. Don't let them run. Whale Billow bellowed. They were hunting down Yi Yuan. In the end, Yi Yuan was fine, but they died one after another. Whale Billow was virtually going insane now. Although 2 general-level powerhouses died, there were still 11 of them. Once they formed an encirclement, it was definitely impossible for Yi Yuan 2 people to escape. Can't ward off anymore. Retreat. Just before the other party formed an encirclement, Yi Yuan directly urged the sword formation and killed a grand completion sword formation heaven, killing his way out of the heavy encirclement again. Punk, you sold me out. Yang Qing was currently too excited from the slaughtering and did not react in time at all. He shouted loudly, his back directly sustaining a vicious blow, half his body collapsing. However, he also forcefully killed his way out and caught up to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could not refrain from rolling his eyes. Why was this guy so stubborn? That sort of situation just now? Did he still need him to warn? Could it be that he was even prepared to kill all these people? Yang Qing was strong, but he was also merely about on par with Yi Yuan. Killing, they definitely could not kill easily. Once entangled, that would be death. But Yang Qing was good, getting excited from killing, and actually wanted to fight to the death. Yi Yuan casually threw a heavenly pill over the moment Yang Qing caught it, and looked. His eyes could not help lighting up, and he cried out in surprise, "True grade! Good stuff!" Immediately, without hesitation, he directly swallowed it. His body, that was blown away, also grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha ha ha, really good stuff. Come, let's fight again. Yang Qing raised his head to the sky and said with a loud laugh, Hearing this, Whale Billow and the others who were at the back could not help being shocked, their speed immediately slowing down. However, Yi Yuan, two people directly increased their speed and shook everyone off. Punk, whose surname Ji, I'll definitely kill you. From behind came Whale Billow's bellow. Yi Yuan was rendered speechless. It wasn't me who mocked you either. What are you killing me for? However, with the addition of Yang Qing, this great escape became interesting. 1. It's a wordplay that sounds similar to B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Chapter 2794, True Sovereign Heaven Descends. Chapter 2794, True Sovereign Heaven Descends. Brother Yang, kill. Above the void, Yi Yuan suddenly shouted. Behind him, the army that was chasing them suddenly stopped. Yi Yuan, two people, did not have the intention of turning back at all. They fled even faster instead. Only then did Whale Billow and the rest shout, realizing that they were fooled. Each and every one of their faces reddened to the ears with anger. Punk, who's surnamed Yi, your father is going to tear you to pieces. Motherf, you see, cur. You'll give birth to a son without an A-N-U-S. Boy, no matter how big a price we pay today, we'll make you stay. From behind came an exasperated voice. Ever since Yang Qing joined, Yi Yuan, two people could attack when they advanced and could defend if they retreated, toying with all the pursuing troops in the palm of their hands. And this situation also thoroughly enraged the sea race. Before, Whale Billow, they all were worried about casualties. But now, they were not worried anymore. The Qian Kuei Sea region directly sent a sea race army over. At this time, it was densely packed with sea folks above the void. Yi Yuan, two people could not kill them entirely, although these sea folks were not opponents that could last one exchange with them. They could stop Yi Yuan, two people's movements. Ha ha ha, refres. I plusing, refres. I plusing. Haven't killed, so refres. I plus Ingly for a long time. Brother Yi, I have to thank you. Yang Qing's long spear danced seamlessly until not even wind could penetrate as he let out a loud laugh and said, Yi Yuan rolled his eyes. Are you confused about the situation? We can't escape. Suddenly his mind stirred, and he shouted loudly, Stop chasing, keep chasing, and I'm going to transcend my tribulation. Stop, don't chase anymore. The figures of Whale Billow and the others suddenly stopped. They actually really stopped chasing. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, two people, were taken aback. So obedient, but very soon they discovered that something was not right. These people's faces had an extremely respectful look. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing exchanged glances, their expressions changing drastically. Oh no, you're going to get me killed. Yang Qing cried out strangely. The void trembled, and an imposing aura like a sovereign that descended upon the world emerged from the void. A figure stepped out of the void, akin to a G-O-D descending upon the world. Paying respects to sovereign Qian Kuei, everyone bowed collectively. In these few great sea regions, true sovereign heaven powerhouses were absolutely invincible existences, paramount existences. A true sovereign heaven finally appeared. Yi Yuan, two people stopped running. With a true sovereign heaven descending, they could not run away anymore. Sovereign Qian Kuei turned into human form, like a king of the world. His eyes were locked on Yi Yuan as if he was looking at a dead person. Subordinate is incompetent, making sovereign appear in person. Sovereign, please punies. Plus Whale Billow and the rest were in fear and trepidation, directly kneeling down and admitting fault. The Qian Kuei Sea region swarmed out in full force just to hunt down one person. In the end, the person failed to be killed, but they suffered heavy losses. They had been hunting Yi Yuan for more than half a month, but 2 of the 5 great war generals fell, and 9 grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens perished. As for Jade Sovereign Heaven and Limitless Sublime Heaven Sea folks, the casualties were countless, and Yi Yuan was still alive, and well now, without any injuries at all. Well below this group of people were almost vomiting blood. Humph! A bunch of tras. H. Plus Sovereign Qian Kuei gave a cold snort, well below, and the others were directly shocked into vomiting blood. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing felt a great pressure too. Too strong. One sentence injured a transformation powerhouse. True Sovereign Heaven powerhouses perform Tao techniques naturally. Every movement carries the might of great Tao. As expected, Yi Yuan said with a solemn expression, "Just now, this cold yell of Sovereign Qian Kuei's caused great Tao to fluctuate. Yi Yuan could feel it clearly. He had faced off against Yen Jie True before, but that was just a half-baked true Sovereign Heaven. This one in front of him now was a true blue true Sovereign Heaven. Dead for sure now. Brother Yi, you've harmed me terribly. What to do? What to do?" Yang Qing said in a panic. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes and said, "Weren't you still killing happily just now? Asked you to leave early on. You refused to go. Now you're blaming me?" Yang Qing was taken aback and said, Seems like it. That Lord Sovereign, the person that you want to kill is him. I don't know him. I'm just an ant that's sing by. Treat me as a fart and let me go." The desire to live was so strong. Yang Qing turned his face, wagging his tail and begging for pity shamelessly. That appearance was totally that of a sycophant. Yi Yuan was dumbfounded from watching. This guy, when he was killing just now, he had an appearance like he was invincible. Now he actually changed face so quickly. Ha ha ha. Qian Kuei, your Qian Kuei Sea region emerged from your nest in full force and couldn't even take care of a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. It's too sing, right? Suddenly, a burst of loud laughter suddenly sounded out. Above the void, another 3 terrifying auras suddenly descended. These 3 people's auras were not the least bit weaker than Sovereign Qian Kuei. The kings of the 4 great sea regions had actually all arrived. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing's faces changed wildly. Now, there was really nowhere to run. It was absolutely impossible to escape from the hands of 4 great true Sovereign Heavens. The muscles on Yang Qing's face were already spasming. Another true Sovereign Heaven said with a laugh, "Qian Kuei, I even thought that you died under the true Sovereign Tao tribulation. I was prepared to come to take over the Qian Kuei Sea region." The 3rd true Sovereign Heaven said with a smile, "Qian Kuei, you'd better go and overcome the true Sovereign Tao tribulation with peace of mind. This sovereign will help you take care of Qian Kuei Sea region's awful mess." Sovereign Qian Kuei snorted coldly and said, "Hollow Dark, Sardine, Tianhui, the 3 of you stop making wisecracks here. Quite a few of your people died too. If this punk appeared in your sea regions, can you all resist? Didn't you guys come to kill this brat too?" Hollow Dark was indifferent, looking at Yi Yuan as he said with a smile, "Kid, your face is really big to actually provoke us 4 great true Sovereign Heavens to take action." Yi Yuan shrugged and said helplessly, "I didn't want to either. Previously, this Yi was holding back in all aspects. It was Qian Kuei Sea regions, people who press people too far." Qian Kuei snorted coldly and said, "Boy, you're still stubborn when death is imminent." But Hollow Dark laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, a little interesting. Still able to be so calm when seeing the few of us. Kid, this sovereign gives you a chance. Seek refuge with our Ding Xiangxi region. This sovereign will protect your life." Before Yi Yuan could speak, Yang Qing hurriedly said, "Lord Sovereign, I'm willing to defect. I'm called Yang Qing. I'm very strong too. Yi Yuan was speechless. This guy immediately became thick-skinned. Hollow Dark had a smile that was not a smile as he said, "Sure, your strength is very strong too. You're qualified to take refuge with this sovereign. What about you, kid?" Qian Kuei snorted coldly and said, "Hollow Dark, are you going to war with this sovereign?" Hollow Dark said smugly, "So what if I am? You're at the critical juncture of transcending the true sovereign Tao tribulation right now. Could it be that you dare to make a move against this sovereign? Once you bring down the true sovereign Tao tribulation, you'll probably die without a burial ground." Qian Kuei's expression was ugly to the extreme. However, what Hollow Dark said was also true. It was already his fourth true sovereign Tao tribulation. It was incomparably dangerous. A single misstep, and he would really die, his Tao dissipating. At this time, it was not appropriate to take action. "Very good. Hollow Dark, this sovereign has remembered you. After this sovereign transcends the true sovereign Tao tribulation, this time, you're going to get it," Sovereign Qian Kuei said in extreme fury. But Hollow Dark ignored him. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said with a smile, "Kid, have you thought it over?" Chapter 2795, Chain Reaction. Chapter 2795, Chain Reaction. Yi Yuan, promise Lord Hollow Dark. TSK, TSK. It's our honor to be able to become a war general under a true sovereign heaven. Yang Qing urged very shamelessly. "Hoo-hoo, lapdog. This guy changed loyalties really quickly. Sorry, this Yi has no interest in staying in the sea race." Yi Yuan said coolly. Sovereign Hollow Dark's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Kid, are you not giving face to this sovereign?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Yes." The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked. This guy was tired of living. Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment and said, "Brother Yi, this Yang candidly admits defeat. I acknowledge defeat." He felt that he was domineering enough already, but he was not even a fart in front of Yi Yuan. This guy puffed himself up at his own cost, while he was domineering when he should be domineering, and he pretended to be subservient when it was time to pretend to be subservient. How much money was face worth? But Yi Yuan was different. This guy dared to posture in front of a true sovereign heaven too. This was using his life to posture. Ha ha! Hollow Dark, you got snubbed despite showing good intentions. He doesn't buy it at all. When Qian Kuei heard that, he said with a loud laugh. Just now, Hollow Dark made him get deflated. In the end, Yi Yuan gave Hollow Dark a backhanded slap, making him feel great. Hollow Dark's face was as black as it could be, and he said in a cold voice, "Boy, you're very good. To dare reject this sovereign, you're really the first." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then this he is really honored." Hollow Dark was speechless. Yang Qing gave Yi Yuan a big thumbs up. Impressive. Really awesome. Did he find that he was not dying fast enough? Sure enough, Hollow Dark's aura got colder and colder, and he said in a low voice, "Brat, to dare provoke the sovereign, you're really seeking death." Yi Yuan was indifferent, and said smilingly, "I feel that you all had best not kill me. Otherwise, something will happen." Hollow Dark sneered when he heard that and said, "What can happen from killing an ant?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "A very, very big thing. Everyone present might die." Everyone was speechless. They were thinking to themselves, was it possible that this guy had lost his mind? At present, there were countless powerhouses above the surface of the sea. Putting the four great true sovereign heavens aside, the four great sea regions' general-level experts had practically all arrived, numbering no less than 15 people. Ordinary grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heavens even reached a terrifying 50 over people. As for the other Saint Sovereign Heavens and numerous underlings, there were too many to count. In this kind of situation, even if a true sovereign heaven was here, they would have to die with regrets too. You, a measly little lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, was already impressive to such an extent. Ho-hoo, very good. This sovereign wants to see today how everyone present dies. Hollow Dark laughed from fury. Yi Yuan was indifferent and asked instead, "Really want to try?" Hollow Dark snorted coldly and said, "I really want to try?" Done talking, he raised his hand and directly smacked a hand toward Yi Yuan without the slightest hesitation. A true sovereign heaven making a move. That was simply the might of heavenly Tao. The moment the palm was raised, heaven and earth changed colors. Each and every one of the powerhouses present marveled endlessly. At the same time, they also marveled at Yi Yuan's stupidity, provoking a true sovereign heaven. This guy was absolutely a fool. However, Yi Yuan clearly would not resign himself to death. In the instant that Hollow Dark raised his hand, Yi Yuan's figure instantly disappeared from where he originally was. A hint of surprise appeared in Qian Kuei's eyes. Yes, this kid was actually Russ. Plussing towards him. Did he feel that he would not kill him? Smacking a Saint Sovereign Heaven to death was about the same as smacking an ant to death. Whatever divergent cultivator, whatever genius, no matter how monstrous your prowess, you were also not a match for my one palm. Humph! Wanna die under this sovereign's hands? Forget it. I'll fulfill your Wisconsin H. Plus, Sovereign Qian Kuei raised his palm too, and was prepared to smack Yi Yuan to death. But right at this time, his expression changed wildly, because Yi Yuan broke through at this time. Because of Yi Yuan's breakthrough, Sovereign Qian Kuei's true sovereign Tao tribulation arrived ahead of schedule. Rumble! Above the sky, dark clouds rolled. Almost instantly, the air pressure dropped to the point where it was impossible to breathe. Yi Yuan's power alone was naturally unable to call down such a terrifying Tao tribulation. But he and Sovereign Qian Kuei, two people, their Tao tribulations would be frightening. His confidence was also precisely related to this. Originally, when Sovereign Qian Kuei descended, Yi Yuan felt worried too. But when he revealed his true body, Yi Yuan suddenly had a trace of feeling in his heart, a feeling regarding Tao tribulation. After Yi Yuan became a divergent cultivator, he became much more sensitive to heavenly Tao than ordinary people. He sensed that Sovereign Qian Kuei's Tao tribulation seemed to somewhat respond to and cooperate with his own. Yi Yuan understood in his heart that this was the interaction between Tao tribulations. Once he chose to break through, heavenly Tao would definitely bring down Tao tribulation. The so-called divergent cultivator was going against heaven. Yi Yuan's breakthrough would definitely bring down Tao tribulation. Yi Yuan was at peak lower Saint Sovereign Heaven to begin with, fighting bitterly at sea these few days. His realm almost could not be suppressed anymore. So that was why previously he would call out, "I'm going to transcend tribulation," this sort of words. And his Tao tribulation was not an ordinary Tao tribulation. Judging from past experiences, it would likely be at least 5-9 Tao tribulation. Above the sky, the wind and clouds were surging. It was more terrifying than any of Yi Yuan's previous tribulations. Sovereign Qian Kuei's expression changed wildly, and he said with horror in his heart, "How can this be? Why would the true sovereign Tao tribulation this time be so terrifying?" He felt it. The true sovereign Tao tribulation this time was much stronger than he antic. 1p8'd. He looked towards Yi Yuan in astonishment, knowing where the problem lay. "Motherf, you see, Kerr, just what kind of freak is this boy to actually incur such jealousy from heaven? I was brought in by him." Sovereign Qian Kuei gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Once the true sovereign Tao tribulation started, it could no longer be stopped. Yi Yuan had long antic. 1. P ate it and said with a loud laugh, "No need to thank me. I said before not to kill me. You guys didn't listen." And right at this time, the pressure above the sky suddenly doubled. Sovereign Holodark's expression changed wildly, and he said, My true sovereign Tao tribulation arrived as well." His voice had yet to fade when the Tao tribulation above the void increased several times again. The sea level became turbulent at this time. The sea was even pressed into a concave shape by this pressure. It could be seen how terrifying this Tao tribulation was. Freaking H. L, my true sovereign Tao tribulation came too. Sardine said exasperately, "Mine came as well." While Tianhui smiled bitterly, "Mine arrived too." What the H. L. Your father just overcame the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation 10 years ago. A Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse let loose a torrent of abuse. Yours was 10 years. Your father just overcame the tribulation last year. At this time, the powerhouses at Saint Sovereign Heaven and above were all hurling all kinds of profanities, because each and every one of them felt their Tao tribulations were coming. Some had even just transcended their tribulations a few months ago. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was stunned too. Was this a chain reaction? Not to such an extent, right? So, the hundreds of powerhouses present were going to transcend tribulation collectively? Goodness gracious, my Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation arrived too. I just succeeded in transcending my tribulation before setting out to sea. Yi Yuan Yu Heaven D. Ned, you're killing me. Yang Qing also let loose a torrent of abuse. He failed to avoid it too.